Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo, set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flies, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
See, I don't know about y'all, but like for real, I don't mind being talked about. My problem come in when they start making stuff up. So you can talk about me all you want. It is what it is. You know, it's either I did it or I didn't. I said it or I didn't. Whatever the case is, I don't care. I let whoever think whatever, feel whatever. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But it's the making up part. It's the lying part. It's the adding on to part that always get me. I don't mind being talked about. It's when y'all start lying that bothers me.
Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Well, good morning, guys. It's nice to see everybody this Monday morning. Manic Monday to all of you folks that are heading off to work. Thank you for joining in. I'm going to say good morning to a few people at the top of the chat. The chat was open really early this morning. I can't even remember. I want to say it was like 2 o'clock this morning when I put this out there because I woke up at 2 o'clock this morning and I could not go back to sleep. So I have been here working on a lot we've got a whole bunch of dump documents. I don't know if you guys can see how thick this paperwork's becoming. Oh, that's part of my that's my notepad. Hold on, that's not quite part of it, but that's what I've been going through right there. All of this. So this right here went through with a fine-tooth comb. Well, not a fine-tooth comb. There's still a lot of work left to do to it, but we're going to be going over that. And I also wanted to say these are my boots, the boots that I've been waiting for. They're the storm boots. So I don't have to have the wading gear on for every single thing. That wading gear is heavy. So now we got just boots. So I wanted just to say give a shout out to Valerie. Thank you so much for the wonderful gift. I do appreciate all your love and support, and everybody else's love and support too. Kayla, it's good to see you in here this wonderful morning. Good morning, Kayla. Lady O, it's nice to see you. Misty, Karen Davis, Thankful Soul, it's nice to see you. Cranky Pants in the house. Jason Riddle, nice to see you. Oh, Lady O, it's nice to see you as well. Lisa McKay, Linda Lou, Southern Granny Wolf. And I think Mama Llama's in the house. It's nice to see you, Mama Llama. Alabama Mom of 4. Steffers, good to see you, honey bunny. Who else do we have? We have Deborah. Mama Shell Bell, nice to see you in here this morning, and everybody else that has come in to learn a little more about the Idaho 4. If you're here, you probably know what the case is about as is, but just in case you're not, let's go ahead. My screen is okay. Just making sure I don't have any weird holes in my head from the screen, right? So it's nice to see you all here this morning, and there's a. Oh, Sean, thank you, love. Today's the day. Yes, Justice for Gannon. We're also doing the verdict watch here. I already tried to sign into the system this morning, and of course, we're too early. But I figured I'd try. Why not, right? Why not? And it's still too early now. I don't know how they're going to do this. Are they going to put the are they going to put the screen back up like we were watching before or not? I really don't know. I really don't know. So again, Valerie, thank you for the water boots. Thank you for the water shoes. Oh, you're great. You're great. I really do appreciate your love and support. God bless you. Sort of the spirit, Cool Gamer. It's nice to see you here, Cool Gamer. Hope everything is doing well for you as well. Sweetie Pie, 3 Flying Doves. Good morning, all. Jazz King is in the house. Nice to see you. Lifesaver Gail, nice to see you. And coffee is my curse word. And I just wanted to say thank you to all. I noticed that our crowd, our Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club crowd, is getting bigger on Sunday at church. So it's really sweet to see all of you that probably weren't going to church on Sunday, work, can't go to church, unable to go to church. We're all able to have hold your horses late. Don't worry, you haven't missed much. Julie, it's nice to see you. But we're starting to get a bigger crowd, and it's building the church's online audience as well as giving us so we can have church together. And I just thought it was really nice, and I've really enjoyed it. And I think it started out with like maybe 20 people from the chat. But now it's a lot of people from the chat that are coming over and having church. So we're all together for church. So it's nice to see friendly faces. So if you haven't nice to see you, Margaret. If you haven't had an opportunity to come and join us for a church service, you might want to consider it. We do have fun, and it's a great church with great music and always great messaging. And we're going to get on with our messaging this morning before we get started today, because we cover a lot of really horrible stuff. And I like to set the tone for my audience before we get started on the icky stuff. So this is the language of letting go. This is a codependency book. And I find a lot of people have codependency issues like myself. And, just trying to strengthen each other together. They'll use big boy. It's nice to see you in here this morning. Good morning. And then we'll get started and we'll start going over these documents. Say when something triggers you. Maybe some of the haters that like to watch the Bullhorn Betty channel may be able to get something out of this today, you know, for all of us, of course. How do you defend yourself when you feel angry and hurt? When Sally was a child, she lived with disturbed parents. They said mean, hurtful things to her much of the time. She wasn't allowed to say anything back. She especially wasn't allowed to say how angry and hurt she felt. And I got to be honest with you, that's a lot right there. That first paragraph right there pretty much sums up some of my childhood as well. The only way I could deal with anger was going numb and telling myself I didn't care, that the relationship wasn't important, Sally said. Then I carried this behavior into my adult life. I learned to go cold when I felt angry or hurt. I automatically shut down and pushed people away. One hint of feeling hurt or anger, then boom, I was gone. And it's important to know our boundaries. It's even more important not to allow people to be reckless with our hearts. It's also important to know how hurt and anger trigger other defenses. Do you have an instant reaction not to other people, but to your own feelings beyond betrayed, hurt, and anger? Do you shut down, lose your self-esteem? Do you go away from yourself and others? Do you counterattack? Feelings of hurt and anger will arise in the course of most relationships. Sometimes when you feel that way, it's a warning that we need to be aware. Other times it's minor incidents, something that can be worked out. You may have needed to protect yourself once a long time ago, but now it's okay to be vulnerable and let yourself feel what you feel. Say when something triggers you and learn how to defend yourself. God help me become aware of how I protect myself when I feel hurt, anger, or attacked. Give me the courage to be vulnerable and learn new ways of taking care of myself. So I know I get a lot out of this book on a daily basis, and hopefully people in my audience get a lot out of it as well. So now comes the crap stuff, right? The stuff that's not so good and warm and fuzzy and bubbly, but it's stuff that we're addicted to because most of us here are crime junkies. And what does that mean? It means we're nosy. When crime happens, we want to know what, when, where, how. You know, that's what we do. Right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, that's what we do. We just want to know, what, when, where, and how. And when we don't have those answers, we rely on our own devices, our brains, which can be very creative and very clever at times, right? So it's very important that we get all the information. Now, a lot of the paperwork, the 166 pages that I printed out, these might actually be some of the stuff that we've already previously looked at, but in order and printed out, there's a lot of stuff. The first thing that I found out on the case summary is the May 25th hearing has been canceled. It appears that they may have substituted it with the scheduled conference on May 22nd at 10 a.m., which we have the online how to attend, or it may have just been because it was motion hearing. So but I did look at the case summary and it did say in bold letters canceled for May 25th. But we do have a new order for May 22nd for a hearing, and we will be running that May 22nd hearing live from here from the Bullhorn Betty channel. And then as I'm going through a lot of these documents, there's a few things that I'm noticing, and this is the criminal complaint, which we've seen multiple. Doesn't like seeing my face, that we've seen multiple times. And we actually talked about the order in the charges and I'm starting to think now that we have, when this all was first presented to us, we barely even knew who BRYAN KOHBERGER was. We barely knew really what happened inside that home other than 4 people got killed on November 13th, 2020 or 2022. And they appeared to be in their bed sleeping at the time of the assault, or at least laying in bed or something around, bedtime. The attack happened early morning hours, 4 a.m. to 4:25 in the morning. And so we had the criminal complaint literally from out the gate. This was one of the documents that wasn't gagged, wasn't sealed or whatever, And so we were able to read it, but it didn't really glean anything from it. But we did bring up, because we knew that at least we theorized at the time that he started on the 3rd floor and worked his way down. And this was prior to us ever knowing anything that Dylan Mortensen or Bethany Funk heard or saw, right? And so now I'm going back to this original document, the actual criminal complaint. And there are several questions I have about it, because in the order, it does have the first charge being the burglary, his entrance into the home prior to the murder. And then has the murder charges in the 1st degree, count 2 through 5. But they have names to them. And it's very interesting because now we know he started on the top floor. When we had this criminal complaint, we were unsure where he entered, where he started, how this whole thing transpired. And then we had the Brett Payne affidavit, which gave us a little look inside of what happened. So now that we know so much more, and I come back to this criminal complaint, I truly believe that this is the order that they believe each died. So when we were talking about it before, we always thought that there was a target in the house. And we were trying to process who the target could possibly be, because the only 2 people that died that lived in that house full time was Maddie Mogan and Xana Kernodle. We know that they stopped, that Brian or whomever started at the top floor. Well, the first degree murder charge here is for Maddie Mogan, followed by Kaylee Gonzalez, which we know would have had to die 1st and 2nd. So now that we're having some more clarity on that, I truly believe that this criminal complaint is in the order in which law enforcement truly believe that they lost their life in. So I had 3 major questions on this criminal complaint, and hopefully we'll get some more insight on them, and we'll discuss it even further. And my very first thing was that, does the order of these counts matter? Because I really believe that it was Madison Mogan that died first, and she's the first one here listed. And I believe Kaylee Gonzalez was the second one to die, and she's listed here. I was unsure about Xana and Ethan, but if I apply the standard and think that there is a reason for the order in which they're listed on this criminal complaint, then it appears that Ethan Chapin may have died last, if my theory is accurate. And then we come to this. This is an interesting document. And I'm not sure if people read this or not, but I found this document interesting. And this is the invocation of Bryan Kohberger's rights by attorney Ann C. Taylor. And it says, Bryan Kohberger does hereby invoke his rights to remain silent to counsel pursuant to the 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Article 1, Section 13 of the Idaho Constitution. It's also talking about any matters that may bear on a related or related to an arrest, search and seizure, bail, pretrial, release or detention, evidence at trial, guilt or innocent, forfeitures, or that may be relevant to sentencing, enhanced punishment factors applicable under Idaho Code relevant to punishment, restitution, and immigration status. It further states any contact with the defendant must be made through the defendant's undersigned counsel. And that was on December 30th, 2022, and signed by, there we go, Ann C. Taylor. So Ann C. Taylor's right here. There you go, right there, Ann C. Taylor. And why am I saying everybody's seen this? What is this? Why is this so important? Because this document here was executed on 12/30. You recognize that date? That is the date that Bryan Kohberger was arrested in Pennsylvania, when they breached his home and put him and his parents on the floor, and then took him out and executed a search warrant inside the property residence there in the Poconos in Pennsylvania. We also heard, and there was a lot of people talking about the defendant's third request for production of documents. One of the items listed was this potential interrogation that Brett Payne would have done with Bryan Kohberger. Here is the kicker, though. Brett Payne would not have gone to Pennsylvania. He may have if the FBI wasn't involved and they were doing the extradition. But it is my understanding that the FBI went to Pennsylvania and acquired Bryan Kohberger to extradite him back to Colorado. Remember, we were all waiting with bated breath on when he was coming in, and we calculated the time, and we couldn't understand why he was arriving in Latah County, Idaho at 7 o'clock at night when he left at like 6 o'clock in the morning. It was insane. And we were like, okay, this is really weird. Why is it taking so long? Like, they have a plane. It's not like they're going on a cross-country cruise, you know. They've got a plane. You would think like a direct flight in, a direct flight. I guess not. But in that third request for production of documents, Ann Taylor is asking for this interrogation, any documents, videos, audio of this interrogation that Bryan Kohberger had with Brett Payne. Well, according to this document filed December 30th, Ann Taylor would have had to have been apprised of that interrogation and would have had to have been present for that interrogation that Bryan Kohberger would have had with Brett Payne. And it is my belief that Brett Payne would have had this interrogation with Bryan Kohberger if it did happen when he returned back to Idaho. I don't see Brett Payne going to Pennsylvania because the FBI was the one that was transporting him. And it was most likely the FBI that did the initial interview with him in Pennsylvania. And, you know, that request for discovery, it was just a little odd for me. By a show of hands, did you guys know that she introduced herself the day that he was arrested? He wasn't even back in Idaho, and she was already invoking his right to remain silent, and that if he's going to talk to any law enforcement officer, she needed to be present for that. But see, I don't know if this document supersedes, because it is my understanding an attorney can't invoke your rights, a friend can't invoke your rights, unless, you know, you're incapacitated or something of that nature, and they have like a power of attorney to act on act as you. But it's my understanding that the only person that can say that they're not speaking and want to speak to an attorney is Bryan Kohberger. Even this document being presented on his behalf, unless he requested a law enforcement, I'm not sure that this would, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, I'm sure they would, there's a loophole where if they didn't do it this way, that they, you know, he could be, you know, stuff could be thrown out. So they want to make sure he has an attorney. But if he didn't specifically ask to remain silent until he speaks to his attorney, it's not the duty of the public defender's office, or anybody else to invoke his rights. If he's a competent, educated person that can make his own decisions, nobody can invoke his own rights. So I just thought this was interesting, but she did have this right here. So I'm a little confused about the Brett Payne affidavit. And of course I got the timeline here, which we're going to end up going over this stuff here at a different date and time, but it is in here. And this is going to be, you know, we may want to look into that Dana Smithers case in the area where Bryan was prior to him going to Washington State University, because there was another lady that disappeared in the area, and they just recently found her body and did DNA testing and found out it truly was her. So we don't know if Dana Smithers was killed, or if it was natural causes, or what the issue may be. But it sounds like she's been missing for quite some time. And if she was found, they may not know. They may not know where she is. Getting on to another interesting document. This is one that Bryan Kohberger himself had to fill out. And this right here is his notification of his rights. So this was entered in, I think, after his arrest, but it wasn't. Okay, so this was entered in once he got back to Idaho. And this is listing his charges right here. Let me see if I can pull this up. Maybe I'll share the tab with you so I don't have to. I have these in order. Well, maybe I guess I don't. There it is. So yes. Okay, I'll share this tab with you so you guys can at least see what I'm looking at. Let me open it up bigger. Okay, and this is one that I thought was really, well, yeah, maybe I do need to make it a little bit bigger for you guys. This is one that Bryan had to sign when he came back to Idaho. And this is basically, you have been charged. It's his charge sheet. It's called the Notification of Rights, and it's got felony next to it. And it says that you have been charged. Let me go back up here. You have been charged with the felony offenses of, and it shows all 5 of the crimes that he has been charged with. And it's very important for you to read this, but this is something I believe he did while he was in jail or meeting with somebody. So he has to initial this stuff. It says, you have the absolute right to remain silent and the privilege against you, against self-incrimination. The state cannot force you to testify against yourself. Any statement you make is part of the record and may be used against you. You have the right to represent yourself and present your case without the aid of an attorney. You have the right to hire your own attorney to represent you in the matter if you wish to be represented by an attorney, but feel you cannot afford one, you may apply to the court to appoint an attorney for you, but you may be required to repay the county for the attorney fees. 4, under the law, you are presumed innocent unless you plead guilty or are proven as such. 5, the charges pending before the court are felony matters. If you are charged by a criminal complaint, they must be set for a preliminary hearing within 14 days if you are in custody, or 21 days if you're not in custody unless you have waived the time period. I'm assuming he had to have waived the time period because we're much further past that 14 days and or 21 days from this, which was executed on January 5th. And it says, at a preliminary hearing, the state must prove that it is more probable than not that you committed the alleged crimes for which you have been charged with, or charged. If the state meets that minimal burden of proof, you will be bound over the district court answer to the charges, and that is where you will enter your plea. 7, if you are being charged by a grand jury indictment, you will be arraigned on the indictment before another court on blank before district judge blanks. They didn't fill that out. You have a right to a public and a speedy trial or a court trial. If your case goes to trial, the burden will be upon the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. At trial, you can question any witness who is going to testify against you and call your own witnesses to testify for you, as well as present evidence on your behalf. If you are not satisfied with the decision of the court, you may appeal to the next higher court so long as your notice of appeal was filed within 42 days of the entry of the decision. 10, and there's some things that he didn't sign, and we're going to get to that. It's on the next page. And I find it very interesting what he didn't sign. If you are in custody and have the following, you have the following additional rights. So if he's in custody, he has the right to communicate with his attorney or immediate family, and reasonable means will be provided to him to do so. And he also has the right to bail, which is in the amount necessary to allow your release and to assure your presence in court at a future date. We know that his bail has been denied. If you have been arrested or being held on a charge from a county other than this, you may request in writing you wish to plead guilty to the charges in the county and consent to disposition of the case in the county in which you were arrested and held or are present, subject to approval by the prosecutor in each county. 12, your exercise of any of these rights shall not be held against you. If you have any questions to these rights, ask the judge at your next hearing. It says, please mark the appropriate box to the following questions. Have you received a copy of the charging documents filed in this case? He wrote yes. Do you understand what you are being charged with? He wrote yes. Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol at this time? He answered no. He did not, however, answer this question, which is very interesting and one that I wonder if Ann C. Taylor plans on raising at a later date. He didn't answer yes or no to this following question. Has anyone made you any promises or coerced you to act in this manner? He failed to answer that question. Did he do that intentionally? Right there. You guys see it? Right there. This one right here. No answer. Would you like the court to read the charging documents to you? And he said yes. Please choose one of the following options to indicate how you wish to be represented in this matter. He writes, yes, I wish to apply for a court-appointed attorney to represent me. He left this one blank. I wish to be given continuance to decide how I would like to represent, and he didn't answer this one. I wish to retain/hire my own attorney. And then the last question that he finally answered, is this the last question? Yes. I wish to waive my rights to be represented. It says no. I do not wish to waive my rights to be represented by an attorney. I will represent myself. So he's saying I'm not representing myself and I want to hire an attorney. So that's what he's saying. But out of all the other questions, like this continuance and hiring an attorney, I can understand why he didn't answer those questions. But the only major question he failed to answer out of this whole entire document was, has anyone made you any promises or coerced you to act in this manner? And I thought that was pretty interesting, and the one most notable issue that I see in this notification of rights. So I'm interested in what the purpose of him doing that is. We're also getting a lot of stuff back from Washington State, which we haven't had a whole lot of Washington State documents released to us. And I'm seeing it. And here's one of the documents that I thought was interesting. And this was related to Bryan KOHBERGER's inside his home. And this is the home at the Steptoe Apartments. So they have two case numbers in Washington State University. One, they both have the same exact numbers to them, the case numbers, but one ends in A and one ends in B. And this is how they differentiated between the buildings. And you're probably saying, what do you mean buildings? Well, they had a search warrant for his apartment, and they also had a search warrant for his office at Wazoo. So the Steptoe Apartments is case number ending in 2022A, and the office at the Wazoo campus is ending in 2022B. So B is his office, A is his house, his apartment. So and of course we know that they executed these warrants on the Steptoe Apartments as well as his office on June 30th, the day that we found out who Bryan KOHBERGER was and that he was arrested. So it says on December 30th, 2022, while serving the search warrant for Steptoe Apartment G201, we found a padlock, round shape, in the living room closet. The lock is round shape, The lock is round in shape and design limits the ability to be cut off. So it was one of those locks that look like but it's very hard to cut off the lock because they have a sliding mechanism. It's hard to explain. I've got a lock. If I could find the lock, I'll show you what they're talking about. The lock is round. Okay, we already watched that. They also found the key that matches it. So this is the statement from Dawn Daniel. She was one of the people that did that executed one of the search warrants. And she says she had Officer Kirshner contact department coordinator to confirm that there was a storage closet available to the residents in the same building as the laundry area. Sergeant Pet Levani went to the area and confirmed there was a storage closet with the address of G201 written in black marker on the wooden door. The storage closet located in Building F of Steptoe Apartments. The storage door is not locked, and the door was slightly ajar. I believe the storage was likely used by Kohberger to store items and was likely accessed between the time of the murders and his travels to Pennsylvania. So not only did he have did he have a 2-bedroom apartment, he also had a locked and private storage unit in the laundry facility area to his apartment that could have hid some evidence that he took. He could have hidden the knife there. And then, of course, we have all the evidence logs, which we have gone over and we're continuing to go over. Now, if you guys were here Friday, if you guys were here Friday, we went over a couple of things about these evidence logs, and I found some new information about it. We pretty much went over this document right here. If I can put that up, let me put it up. It won't let me put it up until I pull it back too far. There we go. So this was the evidence. Let me see if I can find it on here. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm right at them right now. Let me share this. So we went over these evidence logs, not all of them, but some of them, because we were questioning, somebody had brought up the fact that it was this sheet right here where they had evidence, but the evidence needs testing and send to lab, and all of it said no, 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 no. And it was a little concerning to us as to why none of this stuff was being sent to the university or sent to outside labs to be tested. Well, I did find out the answer to that very question. So hold on, let me move this, get this all. I don't want to take it out of order because I've been working on this for quite some time, and I don't want to get this stuff out of order just yet. Okay, here it is. Let me go down there to it so you guys can see it. So you're getting to it now. There it is, right there. So this is the reason why I wanted to look into this, because I was really speculating last Friday about what those search warrants mean. And as I was talking, I noticed that all the evidence information said Washington State University on it, or Washington State Police, or Washington State, Washington State, Washington State. And I started thinking as I was talking to you guys, and I brought up the fact that it may be because they are just there to execute these search warrants. They shouldn't be on the hook for paying for lab testing and other things, when that's really the state of Idaho's responsibility, because they're the ones that have jurisdiction over Bryan Kohberger and over this case. They do not have jurisdiction to go in other states and other counties to execute search warrants. So they're required to reach out to their law enforcement counterparts in those areas and send them over the orders and have their officers execute those orders and search warrants, because they're the ones that have the jurisdiction in that county or that area to do so. So anyways, here's the motion to transfer. And I feel much better because I did bring this up, but I didn't really have the receipts to show it. And I said, I think what the problem is, maybe the answer would be actually because they weren't responsible for processing the evidence. They were just collecting and going to transfer it. So here it is, motion to transfer custody items seized and order. So it says, come now, Whitman County Prosecutor asked the court to order that the items seized under the authority of the search warrant in this matter be transferred to the custody of the state of Idaho, or the Idaho State Police Detective Jeffrey Talbot, as soon as reasonably can be reasonably accomplished. And it says Assistant Chief Don Daniels, the Wazoo Police Department, informs this prosecutor that all of the items seized under the authority of the search warrant in this matter are potential evidence of the criminal activity described in the application for the search warrant in this matter, which criminal conduct happens in the state of Idaho. The Washington Law Enforcement Agency assisted Idaho law enforcement agencies who were and are investigating and prosecuting that matter. The items seized are not needed in Washington, but are needed in Idaho as part of the criminal investigation described in the application for search warrant. So that kind of explains to us. So does that mean those hairs and that Bissell vacuum weren't processed or haven't gone into testing? No, those were just the reports from that it shows the proper chain of custody for the collection at Washington in Washington State. And here's the order moving those things from Washington State over to Idaho, where Idaho delegates the what they feel is evidence, delegates the processing of evidence and things of that nature. So I did find this, and I thought it was super interesting, and figured that this, you know, because we were talking about it, you guys would like to see that transfer. And we also know, again, Ann C. Taylor went to Bryan Kohberger's apartment, and she actually took some personal items out there. I don't know whether she gave them to his family, whether she's put him in his property there at the jail so he can have it when he gets out, if he gets out. Just unsure about all that. I really just, I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle it. But it does seem like Ann Taylor has been at the Moscow, the King Road property house. She's also been inside Bryan Kohberger's house. And I wonder if she's made it to his office at the Wazoo campus to look at that, or if she's just keeping it, you know, to the houses. I don't know. I doubt she's made it to Pennsylvania to see, you know, stuff, what they've done there. But we definitely know she has visited the Steptoe apartments, and we know that she was out there on January 3rd in front of Moscow, or in front of the King Road property, and going inside the property with her investigators and some other people, taking footage of the inside of that home and other things. So this is the Kootenai. I can't, Kootenai. And it says, I, Bryan C. Kohberger, by this release, here it is right here. I swear I'm going to have to take that thing off because it's not doing, here it is. I'll just show you guys this and you guys can read it. Right there. It says, I, Bryan C. Kohberger, by this release, authorize and request that Ann C. Taylor, Public Defender, J. Logsden, Deputy Public Defender, and the Office of the Public Defender, Kootenai County, or their representative to make entry into my apartment located at, and it's the Steptoe Apartments, for the purposes of collecting any personal remaining and hold harmless any claim arising from completing said task. I specifically authorize my personal property remaining at North Valley Ridge Apartment, Pullman, to be taken from the apartment by Ann Taylor, Jay Logsden, Michael McCarthy, or Jennifer Genquine. This authorization is made for the purposes of my legal representation by Miss Ann C. Taylor. So she's got whatever personal property he has at that home. So I'm just going to break this up right now. Let me pull this back just a little bit and see if anybody has any. We covered quite a bit in such a short amount of time, and we can go into it and look at it a little bit closer if you would like to. Let me just get this up. All right, guys, the phones are open. If anybody has any questions to this point, you might want to call them in. Again, we're going over a lot of stuff with these documents, and people are probably saying, like, why are we going over this stuff now? It's because they have not been uploading this stuff on there. So we have to constantly be looking, and in something, if it was filed on 1/5, it's not going to be at the bottom of the list. So if you're not paying attention to the list, whenever they're adding new stuff to that list, you will miss it. You will miss it. This is a combination of several different documents put on the docket, but there's also documents in here that I have not seen before either. So a lot of the stuff I have seen, but it's all the stuff that I've never seen before that I'm finally getting in, like, you know, Ann Taylor and Bryan Kohberger's notification of rights, seeing what he wrote on there. I mean, initially, one major question was not answered on that form. And I think he did that intentionally as a way to potentially use that in court. They're going to try to say that it seems to me that he's going to be pushing that he was coerced or badgered by law enforcement at some point. So, you know, and we do have a Brady Giglio disclosure on the file. Could that be what it's related to? Could it be related to Bethany Funk? We really don't know. In all fairness, we don't know what that Brady Giglio disclosure is. They've got us blocked out of that too. And that's upsetting to me, because you're talking about one of our government employees and them intentionally, you know, not being transparent with what he's done. And it's a little concerning for me. I have concern when anybody starts hiding what government employees are being reprimanded for. And I'd like to know why there is a Brady disclosure in this file. And I don't know if we ever will. And I don't see how that is state secret. I mean, if somebody did something wrong, they did something wrong. In a situation like this, where yes, it would be to his best interest to have his attorney. Well, in some cases, it would be in his best interest to have his attorney do it. But as opposed to like a friend or something like that, an attorney has a ethical obligation as well as a professional obligation to you, and so they have to act as a fiduciary for you. So she's not allowed to harm him. She would be the best person that would be able to acquire that stuff lawfully, in my opinion. She's not going to lose her license over a $25 candy bar. You know what I'm saying? Not that anybody else would. I was using that as an example, but still, it's. Hey, old rusty kettle ranch. That is a mouthful. I have to be honest with you. In my opinion, I think they will postpone the June 26th hearing because they are pushing the issue of exculpatory evidence not being received. I agree with that. But you know what? In all fairness, I also stated that I was not making my arrangements until May because I still think that they are going to go. I mean, think about it. Why would they do a preliminary hearing if they can go a grand jury route that doesn't allow, you know, the back and forth with the prosecution? They have to know that they have a fairly solid case. You know, a grand jury pretty much indicts anybody. So it's not, I don't know why they would be going this route with the preliminary hearing as opposed to a grand jury. I don't know. Courtney Kitten, thank you. Yeah, it's lightening up a little bit. I was thinking it was going to be more permanent. I didn't realize it was not permanent at all. So it's like coming out of the hair quite quickly. A lot quicker, but it's going to still have the pink like undertone to it because it's blonde hair. I don't know if that undertone will ever leave, but who knows? It might. But I'm going to have to, next time if I choose to do a pink, it's going to have to be like this color, this light pale, where it's just like almost like a glaze versus actual cotton. Oh Lord, I'm exhausted today. I really am. I woke up and anyways, the case makes me mad. It makes me mad too. For those that are hearing impaired, the phone number is 724, hearing impaired, visually impaired, not hearing impaired. 724-249-6140. I don't understand how in the world he has the same lawyer. She should have been out of this. Well, here's the issue. I kind of understand why she's in it. First of all, I don't blame her being in this case. Quite frankly, he needs her. We need her to be on his case. And I've explained this before. You know, first of all, he deserves representation. He deserves the representation afforded to him by our law, by our Constitution, and so he has the right to be defended and have a proper defense. And we do want a pit bull. We talk about this on my channel often. We do want a pit bull in this matter, because in the event he is convicted, we don't want additional appeals. We just heard, he's got 42 days to file an appeal on a matter. And Bullhorn is in the house. Hold on, Mom. Hola, hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien. Listen, I love you.
I love you too.
Listen up. I love you. Happy Monday, everybody. Brian KOHBERGER, I got a feeling this is going to be one heck of a long trial. I don't know what they're going to use for defense, just like STAUCH. I don't think he's going to have anyone for a defense unless it's psychiatrists. I can't imagine one single person standing up for this guy other than his parents, and that would be biased. But
what do you think about
the Brady Act?
Yeah, what do you think about that? And then I've got another question for you as well. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep all my papers together because there's lots of papers. I've killed it.
I know. You need to keep those all in notebooks by date.
Yeah, I got a storage binder that I need to.
And then write a book. But that's what I should have done. But anyhow,
yeah, I'll sign you with the book writing. You're better grammar and type better than I do, and I'll just.
I can't type anymore. I've got arthritis in my hand so bad.
Nah.
But we're getting the knee fixed.
Yeah, I know. The day I'm flying out. Are you going in tomorrow, or are you going in on the 10th?
Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. So I might be able to, well, you're going to have Jack call me when you come out of your sedation, because
okay, well, I'll be
I'm flying out. I got to be at the airport at like 3 a.m.
Well, you know, they said I'll be there about 6 hours. They don't keep you anymore. They have a.
I know. I went through it with Miss Laura.
But
I'll tell you some advice though. She says start working that knee right away.
Oh, I will, because I know what happened last time. And but anyway, back to the Brady Act. I think the cop that was removed, it's from another case. I think he performed something wrong concerning another case, not this one. They're saying, I listened to Jonathan yesterday, and he said he thinks it has to do with the sheath suddenly appearing, and I'm going, no. I think that's derogatory evidence to throw us off, because there was reports saying they were looking for the knife and sheath in the early reports, and then suddenly they found it on the bed. I don't know. That might be the case.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you brought up the sheath, because there's another. There was another thing that got brought up as well, and it was that they asked. And this, I almost forgot about this. I'm glad you brought this up, Mom, because in the search warrant for the Steptoe Apartments, they put in here the knife sheath for the knife. And my thing is now it's starting to make a little sense to me, because we got the redacted search warrants back from Amazon and Google. And I'm wondering if he purchased the knife and then purchased the sheath separately. So the knife would have came with maybe a generic type of, or just a K-bar knife sheath, and he purchased the U.S. Marine Corps separately.
Well, they're issued together as one unit.
Not necessarily all the time. You have to order that special insignia, the Marine Corps insignia, because they don't all come with the Marine Corps insignia.
But if it was military issued, your stepdad said there's no way. He said it's anybody that leaves the Marine Corps has to turn it in.
Oh, I know that. I know that, but they sell the sheath.
And if somebody comes out of the Marine Corps with one, they violated.
Mom, time out. They make these sheaths with the Marine Corps insignia. This did not come from the Marine Corps. Bryan KOHBERGER was never in the Marine Corps. They're looking at Amazon and other purchasers for this. I was saying, do you think that the actual K-bar knife came with a separate sleeve, and he specifically ordered the U.S. Marine Corps sleeve to leave at the property? Because I always said from the beginning, I thought that was a plant.
Yeah, true. Because if it had to be brand new, to my estimate, I thought it was brand new.
That's what I thought.
Because from day one, I thought the knife and the sheath were brand new, because first of all, the sheath only had his DNA under the snap.
Yeah.
And he wiped it. Now, there's stitching, there's seams, and unless he put it under a UV lamp, I don't see how he could have removed, if he had used it more than once, how he could have removed all the DNA other than that under the snap.
Yeah,
so I thought from the very.
I think he used it more than once. I think he ordered the. Yeah. It seems the way that the warrants are written, in the time frames used, it seems like they believe he purchased this like in and around, since he's been in Washington State University, but it could have been before.
Yeah. Well, there's some really strange occurrences back in Pennsylvania that no one can answer.
Yeah.
And it'll be like unsolved. That one gal there in Washington near Pullman is still unsolved. It's just, I think he's guilty of more than just this. And I'll go to my grave thinking that. But if he gets prosecuted on just these 4, I'll be happy. But I got a feeling there's going to be a technicality, and he's going to file for an appeal.
Well, I got to be honest with you. I have not yet seen a murder case that went to trial where the person was convicted that an appeal wasn't derived out of that. I mean, that's just standard operating procedure. You immediately apply for appeal.
Well, LETECIA STAUCH has a million. First of all, the lack of representation during trial. The only witness, the only bona fide MD psychiatrist was a joke, a circus act. What else? She's got so many that she can file just on the lack of representation. The fact that our attorneys.
Well, you know what? I keep
sat there. Rocking in their chairs.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. And I'm wondering, how they have, and I talk about the rule the whole time, but for whatever reason, I didn't really apply it in this case. But like when, an attorney is not allowed to perjure themselves. So if they're apprised of information from the defendant, and it's going to be hard that doesn't make sense either, because you can still refute without saying that she said something and lying. Okay,
right.
Ryan.
But it's like the attorney for the Jackson case in Wisconsin, the kid that killed his whole family. The attorney never spoke up, never, when it came to when the state rested, the attorney for the defense stood up and said, "We rest, Your Honor." They had nothing. And he got, I think, 4 life sentences, 25 to life on all 4 of them. But the thing is, I think he's filed an appeal. So, I don't know, baby. The lawyers know more than we do, and the lawyers will always know more than we do. And just like any other murder case, it's never going to come out the truth.
Right.
It's like they've got the strings on the sack, and they open those strings just a little bit to have enough to, it's like purse strings.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to let everything out.
Yeah.
And
and I don't
unless they've
expect
got
them
an
to let
eyewitness.
everything out, but I do expect them to follow the law. And I've been complaining about Megan Marshall not following the law.
Yeah.
Judge Megan Marshall has to follow the law too. And I've been up in arms about her orders.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, it's like the Murdaugh trial. There was a judge, all the proceedings to the trial, back in the information gathering years. But then the governor had this attorney general for the state of South Carolina appoint a special judge.
Oh, hold on. Let me answer that. Yes, guys, I did not uncheck the box for ads today. I was thinking about it. And we go literally hours upon hours on days like today. So there are going to be intermittent ads that YouTube puts in all by themselves. I did not uncheck the box. If it's a hindrance to you, we have to keep the lights on here. So unfortunately, you can't watch TV without commercials, and can't watch Bullhorn Betty channel for 12 hours without a commercial. So I apologize about that. Please be patient. All right, Mom.
But do you think that just like the rumor of the firing squad, that's not illegal in Idaho?
No, I know. They actually voted to keep it in.
And do you think that the attorney general for the state of Idaho will appoint a different judge for the trial?
Once it changes venues, which this is a very, even years down the road when they decide to take this to trial, this case is so big. I can't imagine any them not sequestering the jury, not changing venues. Even if they kept it in Latah County, there's going to have to be some. It's just too wide known. It's worldwide.
Yes. Because that area is so small. Where are all the news people gonna stay?
Yeah, well, there's places. Been out there twice. I can actually, to be honest with you, it's fairly inexpensive as long as you're not right there in Moscow. You can go on outskirts areas, and it's really affordable.
Okay.
But even if they did keep the case at their courthouse, they would probably be shuttling in jury from outside areas like they did in Alec Murdaugh's case. Yes,
absolutely. But I still think even at that, the Good Old Boys Club was still hard at work.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's a Murdaugh. At the end of the day, his name has power.
I don't think we'll have that at this trial. We won't have the Good Old Boys Club, but we will have people who have followed this so closely that they're naturally biased.
Yeah.
So that's going to be hard.
These rain boots work. These rain boots fit perfect. Sorry, go ahead.
But I didn't want to take up the whole morning, and
well, we got time to kill this morning because I don't even know what time. Like, we still have an hour and a half before courts even opened in Colorado, and I've still got a lot of stuff here to go.
It's only 7:37 there, and I think they're starting at 8:39.
Well, we weren't apprised of anything. They told us to wait. We were waiting, and then all of a sudden the cameras go down, and We get notification from crime and law or law and crime
Yeah.
that they closed and the jury went home for the night. We weren't even told.
Yeah, that's very odd because usually, like in the Murdaugh trial, the judge brings the jury in and instructs them at the end of every day, do not do this, do not do that. You're still under,
Yeah.
Unless they sequestered them. Did they sequester them? We don't know.
Right.
I know in one of the cases, I forget which one it was, high profile. I think it was the doctor in Chicago that killed all those people that he intubated, and he overdosed them and they all died.
Yeah.
They sequestered the jury.
Yeah, they could sequester the jury, and like even with this one, I was surprised. See, when the judge went back at 5, he probably asked them. I guarantee they probably had just got their jury, their 4-person or something like that. There's a reason why the judge
and organized
realized
the evidence. Can you imagine the amount of evidence they have to organize?
Yeah,
Good
which was what I was pretty surprised that the judge actually asked them, not to take an initial vote. See, I'm one of those people. I was always taught you really want to take the initial vote because there's no point in rehashing the stuff you guys were all in agreement with, and just focus on the stuff that you're not in agreement with and go over just that evidence related to the factors that aren't agreed by all jurors. And that's the way, that's the way I was taught that it should go. But again, each state is different. This is Florida. We have 50 states and, attached to each other. Well, 49 states that are attached to each other. Actually, I think it's probably 48. I don't even think Alaska or I know Hawaii is not attached to us. But either way, our states are all different. So they have different rules. They all pretty much act the same, but they just have different nuances from different states, different counties, different cities, etc.
Well, I do know. I remember the judge telling the people what they could bring and what they couldn't bring in their suitcases. And this judge didn't do any of that. So, I mean, they couldn't, because once they're sequestered, the bailiff for the juries, the bailiffs for the jury confiscate their phones. They're only allowed to have their phones like at one for a half hour every night to call family, and then they're sequestered and taken away again.
Well, this jury wasn't sequestered at all.
Wow.
Yeah. Even with them being in deliberation, they're not sequestered. They were able to go home.
So, yeah, I'm watching Prince William on the TV.
Ah, gotcha.
Our Prince William.
Yeah, I knew who you were talking about, Mom.
My phone, when I pause my TV, it automatically goes to all the family photos. Oh Lord.
All right.
What else did I want to tell you? You're welcome to come over today.
I can't. I still have to pack, and then I've already got calls from everybody under the sun. Apparently, something going on with the county. They want me to be there.
Oh yes. Actually, do you remember where Granny and Grandpa Young lived?
In Ona?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right next to him was Taylor Road. That all that property was owned by Aunt Ruth's family.
Yeah.
I mean, literally thousands. They sold it.
I know.
And they're building.
I know.
I'm totally against it.
I know.
I'm a naturalist. God bless America. What the heck can we have?
Wow, it's because we have 30,000. We're minus 30,000 homes in Manatee County. We got to build them somewhere.
Hey, I got news. How about some houseboats?
What?
Houseboats.
Yeah, no, I don't want to look out in the water and see nothing but houses out there.
We got plenty of river. Put them on a houseboat on the river. Good Lord of mercy. All those canisters that Glenn is using can float.
Yeah.
Tell him I did that.
All right, Ma. I love you.
Oh, Lord. I love you.
All right, bye.
I got to make you laugh. I can't make you laugh.
Well, because today I'm in a kind of a bum mood.
Well, just think, we're going to get her done today because I can't watch tomorrow. So
Gotcha. Yeah.
it's got to be finished today.
Robin's like, you be nice to your mom. I'm being nice to my mom. What do you mean I'm being nice to my mom? But she's been on here 20 minutes.
All right.
Miss Robin.
I love you.
Miss Robin's
I love it.
yelling at me, Mom. She's yelling at me.
Oh, your baby sister, while she was on air last night, was talking about her mama.
Aw.
And, you know, it's just, I just go, oh, she broke the rules. Oh.
Well, I break the
They
rules
were
every
talking
chance
about
I get. But I don't break the law.
They were talking about upcoming Mother's Day activities. And she goes, I'm not even going to get to see my mama.
Which reminds me, oh shit. You know, oh, excuse my language. I just realized, I think I'm coming back on Mother's Day.
That's fine. It's not the day. It's the occasion. Okay?
All right, Ma. All right.
I love you.
I got to do something nice for you. So
we share Mother's Day in September.
Yeah.
That's my Mother's Day.
Ha ha ha. I've been a pain. I've been a pain in areas I shouldn't have been a pain in since the day I was born.
You've been a pain in my asterix for 40 plus years. But I love you to the moon and back.
I love you too, Mom.
That's part of being a mother. I love you.
Love you too.
I love everyone.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Bye. Bye. Miss Robin yelling at me. I'm being nice to my mama. Being nice to my mama. She's a history bunk. What can I say? I like history. I like world history. Actually, I don't even like world history. I could care less about world history. I should like world history a lot more than I do, but I don't. So, it's world history, yeah, but U.S. history I like. Okay, I can deal with U.S. history. Family history, not so much. Why? Because I've heard you guys are listening to the stories for the first time in many of your cases, right? These are stories I heard over and over and over again. And Mama Bullhorn can say that. She can say that. That's true. It's a true statement, Mom. Tell them it's a true statement. You've been shoveling history, family history down my throat since I was born. Tell them. Tell the truth. By the way, to the best mother in the whole wide world, Mama Bullhorn. She's about to have her leg cut off tomorrow. No, I'm just joking, guys. Don't freak out. She's just having knee surgery. Just knee surgery. She's got a speedy recovery, hopefully in her horizons. And it's going to suck because I'm going to be on a trip and out of state. So, you know, it is what it is. So, anyways. It is what it is. But Mama Bullhorn, I love you, and it's Mommy's week. Like when I have a birthday, it's never a day anymore. See, when I was younger, we had birthdays. Okay, when you get older, well, when you get in your 20s, then you have birth months, right? Then you get past your 20s, then you start having birth weeks, and now when you get into your 40s, you have birth week, plural, singular. Okay. So Mama's the same. So Mama Bullhorn gets Mother's Day for a week. So happy Mother's Day to my mom. My beautiful, wonderful, amazing mother that put up with a lot of my BS when I was younger and had a lot of prayers to go this way. Like I said, it was the seeds that were planted years before that helped me where I was at that moment. So why is Wood Fairy's comment been up here for 15 minutes? Because I don't want to pass it without addressing it. Wood Fairy you asked about grand jury. Is it possible the DA presented it and it failed to get an indictment? It is possible, in all fairness. That didn't think of it because it didn't appear that there was a grand jury in this matter. And I think all the people are still looking at this being a grand jury, potentially a grand jury indictment. But we were kind of looking at the May time frame. the May time frame potentially for that. But I've been kind of on edge because we're going to be out in Idaho when these cases, when this is, but it's this whole unknown. Like right now, it's so unknown. It's hard to make plans to be somewhere or not be somewhere, because to be honest with you, there's no program out there unless you're paying $800 for a plane ticket that allows you a refund. So what do we have to do? We have to sit and wait to make sure it's going through. And then we have to pay, you know, we save about $150 by doing it this way, but it's uncomfortable because, you know, it was going to cost us $150 more to get a refund, right? So I just rather wait and find out what the heck is going on so we can get out there and monitor this case. There's more people out there. I'd love to get, especially like new freshmen, like how things are, you know, back at that school since, you know, everything's kind of died down. They've got a fresh new roll of freshmen in, and, you know, life moves on. And it's sad because while life is standing still for 4 families, 6, if you want to take into consideration Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk and what they've had to go through and what they're still going through to this day, you know, there's 6 families that are, and all the ancillary people around them that were affected by their death as well. So I don't know. Sweetie Pie, I'm sorry you went through. All I remember is parents telling us to go outside, get out of my hair, never want anything to do with us. Yeah, Lisa, that's kind of it. On weekends, that's what go out, play. They just want you to run that energy down. They don't want you in the house, running the energy around the house, because on weekends, it's when mom and dad are cleaning the house, doing the yard, all this other stuff. They don't want kids tracking crap into their freshly cleaned house. They want you out. They want you running that energy down. They're running their energy down, cleaning the house and mowing the yard. They want you to run your energy down instead of sitting on your rump. And at least that's the way it was for me, Lisa. My mom used to say it. She's like, just go outside and play. Get out of here. I'm cleaning. Get out of my hair. I keep hearing this thing. Hold on, let's see. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Let's see what we got here in the mod squad. Sorry, guys. I haven't been paying attention. Oh, wow. I went way too far. Can't tell which ones are from today. Oh, here we are. I found them. Okay. There's an 8-year-old missing boy in Michigan. Let me see if I can pull this up. And then we'll get back to some KOHBERGER stuff. So frustrating. There we go. Now I can show you because my screen is working. There's the little 8-year-old boy that's missing right there. I might as well go to the moon. Why not? There we go. Now I feel at home. Now I feel at home. Up in the clouds. But this boy is, I wish I could put him up closer to the camera, but the closer I get, the harder it is, especially with the virtual background. So there's the little boy. His name is, I can't pronounce his name. Nante? 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 Nimi? Was camping with family on the Big and Little Carp area of Pinkerton Trail when he went missing around 1 p.m. Saturday. Wow. That's cool. So there's some Mother's Day gift ideas too. We'll have to put some, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll have to put some best, maybe some best gift ideas together to help our audience out for Mother's Day for those that have their mothers. For those that don't have their mothers, you know, I have to think, because I've got to think. I remember one time Dolly and I were having a conversation, and I remember him telling me, you know, I can't remember how we got into this conversation, but it was the first time I realized that his mom passed away. And he said that, you know, Mother's Day and her birthday is one of the hardest days for him personally when it comes to his mother. So, hey, Molly Brown Uptown, nice to see you, little Miss South. And we're going to go over some we're going to go over the information we went over earlier today for all the new people coming into the chat right now. We are gearing up to wait for the deliberations for LETECIA Stout. We're all kind of really excited to find out, you know, what the jury came up with. So we were all under the impression that this would be done in, I mean, I capped it at 4 hours. I'm thinking there's no way, but you know, we have to take into consideration a few things, and I don't want people getting all worried or concerned just yet, because a few things we didn't take into consideration with our timing on Friday. When they were going into the deliberation room, hey, M&M Racing, nice to see you, love. And little Boston, nice to see you as well. So one thing that we didn't realize was when they stopped to deliberate, it was lunchtime. So the jury needed to eat. I'm not sure if they took care of any business while they ate. They probably just wanted to unwind and eat their lunch and then get on with it. So most likely after lunch is probably when they started discussing or talking about the, you know, selecting and voting on the jury foreperson. So depending on, you know, who all, wanted to be the jury foreperson, that they would probably stand up and talk about themselves to the people in the room as to why they want to be the jury foreperson. And, you know, then they have to vote and establish a jury foreperson, and then they have to start having discussions about the case. So the reason why it was probably closed down Friday is it might have been most likely that they had just got their foreperson and were just now starting in on going through some of the evidence. And that's probably why the judge realized they were so far away from even getting a verdict that he thought it would be better just to give them the weekend to rest and refresh, and then to come back with a clean brain first thing Monday morning, which we're here. This is the day. I don't believe, you know, there is the possibility that let's see what's going on. Okay, they got the feed up, so we'll watch this. We'll monitor the feed. Hold on. Actually, let me turn my phones off, because my phones are still on. They'll ring while we're trying to watch this. So the meeting is still on. I'll go ahead and just share the small screen with you like that, so we can at least monitor it. I'm going to take this off as well. Sorry, guys. Monday has not been kind to Bullhorn Betty today. I can tell you that. Kind of sucks for me today. But, you know, in good Bullhorn Betty fashion, you just put on a smiling face and fake it to make it. And that's where I'm at today. I'm faking it to make it today. So hopefully we're doing well. I did a lot of reading, but for whatever reason, I could not sleep last night. I had so much on my mind, going over so much stuff, that I really just couldn't sleep. So I know we've got some new people in the chat that weren't here this morning when we first started this about an hour and a half ago. So for those that are in here, we are covering, we're doing the verdict watch on LETECIA Stout, which is what you see right over here. And we are also discussing the new documents received in Bryan KOHBERGER's case. Some of these things are ones that we've seen, and there's other pages in here that I haven't seen. And one of the first things that we discussed was the actual criminal complaint that we had way in the beginning, even before the Brett Payne affidavit surfaced, or maybe they were all filed around the same time. Like, it was the criminal complaint, the Brett Payne affidavit. I remember going in there and we read the complaint, and I remember pointing out the order of the second through count 2 through count 5, because they have the victims' names in them. And I always believed that they were in order for a reason, because the first one listed was Maddie Mogen, followed by Kaylee Gonzalez. And now that we've had enough time to digest what has happened, we definitely know that Maddie Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez were most likely the first two that lost their life inside that home. And so I really have always believed that this criminal complaint has a lot more information than we give it credit for. I truly believe Maddie Mogen was the first to lose her life, and I truly believe that Ethan Chapin was the last to lose his life. But again, we don't know. We don't know if he was, when Brian came downstairs and went into Xana's room, if he attacked Brian first or attacked Xana. But it sounded like Xana might have been the only one up in the house and awake at the time that this attack took place. So I really don't know. But I can tell you the hearing for 525 has been canceled. They gave us a new video conference attendance for 522. And I think they're going to be handling some of those motion hearings at this hearing on the 22nd, which I believe is also going to be dealing with the non-dissemination order, because quite frankly, even though the Supreme Court denied the collective media's petition and request for prohibition and mandamus, they were not able to preside over that case due to jurisdictional reasons, stating that they should have given the lower court an opportunity to correct the issues. But they did cite, based on the information provided by the collective media, that they did have standing, and it does appear that these orders are violating their rights to collect news and state news. And quite frankly, it is accurate, because she has capped and stopped people that she has no jurisdiction to control from being able to speak about this case. So I have a funny feeling on May 22nd, a lot of things are going to change as far as what we're able to discuss and the information that we're able to acquire. I truly believe that's going to change once Judge Megan Marshall has an opportunity to modify her non-dissemination order. You're going to probably start finding it crafted more to the attorney's rules of ethics and professional conduct. That's been noted. So we'll probably see that addressed. But then again, it comes back to, you don't need a non-dissemination order addressing something that already is addressed in another document, like the rules of professional conduct for lawyers. They don't need an order. It's already in their rules of conduct. So I'm still very confused as to why she's doing that. And then as we're coming into this is the, sorry, I keep forgetting. I got to pull it back here. I'm going to turn this off. This is driving me nuts when I got to show documents. It's kind of cool having the black background until I just need to put my green screen up, which I got. And once we get back in the office, I will have my green screen in. So here it is. This is the document that I'm referring to right here. This is the invocation of rights. And the reason why I have this all highlighted and notated is because this is where this actually happened on December 30th, the date that Bryan Kohberger was arrested. Ann C. Taylor was putting an invocation of rights on behalf of Bryan C. Kohberger, basically telling them they cannot speak to her client without her being involved in those communications, which again, normal stuff, but an attorney cannot invoke your rights to counsel. Only you as a human being, as a person, can invoke your own rights to counsel. They can put this stuff in, but if you decide to talk, to your to law enforcement, she can't stop you from doing so. But there is an invocation of rights here. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and why it's highlighted is because we just received the third supplemental request for discovery from Ann C. Taylor requesting, and part of that was this interview that Bryan Kohberger apparently had with Brett Payne. And Ann Taylor is asking for any and all audio and video recordings of that encounter that Brett Payne had with Bryan Kohberger. But my thing is she obviously entered this into the record on December 30th. So she would have been in that meeting, in that interrogation, in that interview that Brett Payne would have given to Bryan Kohberger, because Bryan Kohberger would have had that interview with Brett Payne after he was extradited back to Colorado. So my question is why is Ann Taylor asking for discovery on a matter that she attended and should have her own discovery, her own information derived from it? I'm not sure what all that's about, unless there was something stated. Maybe she wasn't allowed to record. Maybe they would only record their stuff. So I thought that was interesting, because she did enter his rights. And this is another thing. I'm not going to go through this in its entirety like I did this morning. If you want to go back for a better explanation of this, you might want to go back to and do the replay from this morning, because we kind of jumped right into it. But this is Bryan Kohberger. He had to fill this out. This was the notification of rights for felony. And as you see on this side of the page, that side of the page, oops, there you go. There's him signing these areas. And this is related to his right to remain silent. This is the one problem I have on this one. And I believe this was intentional in nature. Was this one right here? Is that question? Is it up? Can I see that? Yeah, that one right there. And it says, has anyone made any promises or coerced you to act in this manner? And he left that unchecked. And I'm curious if he did that for a defense purpose, because, you know, we have to think this man is very smart. He's very cunning. He's very conniving. He's very manipulative. And he plays people. So that was one question to me that seems like he should have answered. And again, this is the question. He answered every single question on this sheet except 3. And 2 of them were related to him hiring an attorney. So I understand why he didn't select those, because he wishes to apply for a court-appointed attorney. So the only question, in my opinion, he failed to answer on his what is this called? The formal name of this, on his notification of rights. And on his notifications of rights, again, he fails to answer, has anyone made you any promises or coerced you to act in this matter? Again, don't know what all that is about. We have the non-dissemination orders here, and we started receiving some copies back from Washington State University. And we started going over some of those. We did Friday, the beginning part of our live was specifically to discuss the evidence in the matter of Bryan Kohberger, which was these documents right here. We went over these documents on Friday. Remember, we started talking about how all this stuff had not been processed or taken to a laboratory. And as I was discussing that very matter, I realized that it is possible, because everything that was received, all these documents, one of the first things that I noticed on them, let me pull them back out. Sorry, guys. I should have showed you this. The one thing I noticed about them is they have Washington State University on them. And so when I saw that, the very first thing I said was, is it possible, because I know how the finance aspect of these cases go, I wanted to know if it was possible that they weren't on the hook for it, and maybe they transferred it back to the state of Idaho. Well, then I found this document right here. Motion to transfer custody items seized and order. And this is going with those evidence. So what they did and how this all worked, in my understanding of how all of this worked, is the case is in Idaho, Moscow, Idaho. Moscow Police Department is the one that has jurisdiction over this investigation. During their investigation, they identified Bryan C. Kohberger as the potential suspect in the matter killing these 4 students. And so when they executed his warrant for his arrest, they executed a bunch of other warrants. Moscow, Idaho only has the jurisdiction of conducting business in Moscow, Idaho. LETECIA County Sheriff has the jurisdiction of governing and policing the entire county. The state police obviously are the state organization. The FBI is the national organization, etc. So anything, whenever you're in one county and you have a search warrant in another county, the police officers for Moscow can't go over to Washington and execute the warrant. They actually have to get that warrant in their possession and then turn it over to the law enforcement that has jurisdiction in that geographical area. And they have to go and collect that because that's their jurisdiction. And then they're supposed to follow the proper protocols of collecting evidence and everything like that, and the chain of custody of that evidence. And so how this looks like it happened is Washington State University went over to his apartment and his office, collected all this evidence, bagged it, tagged it, and then now the state is required to turn that over to Idaho, the state of Idaho. And this is what it states in this motion to transfer items. Assistant Chief Don Daniels of Wazoo Police Department informs this prosecutor that all of the items seized under the authority of this search warrant in this matter are potential evidence of criminal activity described in the application for search warrant in this matter, which criminal conduct happens in the state of Idaho. The Washington Law Enforcement Agency assisted the Idaho law enforcement agencies who were and are investigating and prosecuting that matter. The items seized are not needed in Washington, but are needed in Idaho as part of the criminal investigation described in the application for search warrant. So that right there explains why none of this stuff that was collected in this Washington State University apartment, or the office that was at the university that Bryan Kohberger used. Those were all done by Washington State, but again, it's not their case. So they're not going to be processing. They have no authority to make any decisions on processing the evidence. They are to bag and tag and get that stuff over to Idaho as quickly as possible. So that's why all those Wazoo evidence lists had those check marks, not sent to lab, not tested. They weren't scheduled with testing or delegated with the testing of it. They were only delegated with the proper collection of that evidence. So I do believe that evidence has been sent over. This order was signed January 3rd. So a lot of that evidence has been sent over to Idaho. Probably all the evidence they collected sent over to Idaho, and Idaho delegated it where it was going to be, how it was going to be processed and which laboratory was going to process it, whether it was going to be the FBI laboratory or the state of Idaho state laboratory. Either way, it just seems to me that Washington was just the collector, not the investigators, not anything else. They were just executing the search warrant as it was written from the courts over in Idaho. So that really is everything we've got for today. We definitely have a lot more because, again, this is the stack of papers that I am literally going through right now. Oh, don't get out of order. Don't get out of order. Please don't get out of order, please. Hold on, let me find out where this stuff went. Shoot. Was it the whole package? That was the whole package, so that's good. At least it stayed together. And I really don't care where this one goes because this is the just the timeline. This is the a timeline that Sleuthy Goosey took her time and prepared, and I thought it was really good. So I've been going through it, and I've been updating my, I downloaded this, and I've been updating as information becomes available to me. But she did an amazing job. I think she is continuing to still update hers. I can't imagine her not, because this has been her baby as far as getting this timeline together and getting as much information, and it's linked and referenced and cross-referenced. It's really nice. She does a really good job. She does a really good job, and she has a good understanding of organization and what information is relevant in cases and stuff like that. So it's always good. I always use people that, as guides, people that are sleuthing and do this stuff. I honestly don't know how Sleuthy Goosey does it. She's definitely, she definitely could show a few people out here some tricks, I tell you what. But again, I'm just going to turn off the cameras for a few moments, probably about 20 minutes. I just need to freshen up my coffee, use the little girl's room. We're already going on up to 2 hours, and we still have about 45 more minutes before the LETECIA STAUCH trial is, our deliberations are underway. We're doing a verdict watch, and I want to go over some more stuff related to Bryan Kohberger. So if you guys just want to take a few moments, get yourself a drink, get yourself refreshed. I'm going to turn the phones back on here in just a few moments so we can chat about this stuff, about anything that you want to, whether it's LETECIA. I'd like to keep, we can keep our conversations to either, or unless there's a new case or somebody missing that really needs to be, needs their photo up here, then we'll do that. But I'd really, really super like, we'll turn the phones on and you guys can talk about whatever you want. So I'll be back here in about 20 more minutes. I know that you guys don't like looking at a blank screen, so I'm sorry. So the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put this up so you guys at least see that. So at least we can monitor when they're going to be here. But I'll be back with you guys in just a few moments, and just bear with me. There we go. Just bear with me. I just need to take a break and get, this is just a refreshment break. So get ready, cleaned up, brush your teeth, fix your hair, get your donuts, coffee, popcorn, whatever you want, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. All right, we got movement in the courtroom. Movement in the courtroom. Thank you. 300 people decided to stick around. You guys are cray-cray. Insane in the membrane. Not a lot going on. Sorry, I was just trying to get through some emails and messages and stuff like that. And there were some things that did come in from the mod squad. At least I thought it was the mod squad. Nope, maybe not. Oh, I know where it was. Duh, Twitter. So, darn it, I hate when it does that. Like I'm reading something and I go back. Check your messages. Yeah. Okay, I sent it to messages. When you say check your messages, for my mod, when you say check your messages, you got to tell me which messages to check. Are we looking for messenger, email, text message, something like that? I'm pretty okay. Thank you. That must be on my Bullhorn buddy. I'm on my personal account. Hold on, let me switch. Okay, there we are. Oh, thank you. She just wants to let me know. She loves me. Coffee on the way. Did you order me coffee? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, so they want me to do a poll. And I don't even know how to do this because I'm not even sure. Well, I did it. Let's see if we can do it this way. How long do you think deliberations will take today? All right, I changed the poll up a little bit. Hopefully the spelling's correct. We'll see. All right, I just put out a poll for you guys. If you guys have not tried out the poll, please consider trying out the poll. And also remember that I went in there and I unchecked the ad box and I put the ads back on because it's long. It's a long day today. And so I figured, I know we don't like advertisements. I don't know. It's a new feature for YouTube to have this auto thing. I didn't realize it until I started realizing people were saying there was ads like last week, and I'm like, wait a minute, ads? What are you talking about? We don't have ads. And then I started thinking about it, and I reached out to YouTube Studios, and they were like, yeah, it's to help revenue, especially during live sessions. It's specifically designed for live sessions, because when you do videos, you can actually put in the videos where you want your advertisements to be. On lives, they don't give you that option. Until recently, they have a box that you can check and it'll automatically plug. It's supposed to, the way it reads is it's supposed to plug in at good breaking. I don't know. It's algorithms. Okay. I don't know nothing about them. I really don't. I don't know anything about them. I didn't even know what search engine optimization looked like. Dolly gave me a many months ago, just a conversation we had when I was first getting started. And he was talking about this SEO optimization. Now I've heard about SEO optimization, and I utilized it with real estate, but I didn't know how to utilize it with true crime. So even though I'm not as good as him, like, I remember I'd call him up. I'm like, can you check my SEO numbers? Tell me what I'm making on it. Cause he's like getting I can't remember what his numbers were really, really high with the like he understands that stuff a lot better. And so he ran his, and his was showing up some ridiculous number. And then he gets to mine. He's like, well, he's like, I think he has like 20% or something. Maybe it was less than that. It might have been 10%. I don't remember. It's been so long ago. And he's like, well, and he says a positive, right? He tries to be as positive as possible. And he's like, well, you went from not having any number when he did my thing. He's talking about SEO. He's like, don't you do these tags and stuff? I'm like, no, why would I do those? He's like, oh, you need to do this, 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 and this. I'm like, why? He's like, you just do. He's like, nobody else is going to see you unless you branch out a little bit. And he's like, and these are key terms that you need to have in there. So I'm like, okay. So I tried it for a month, and I went from having literally no, I don't know if SEO optimization is numberized or what, but I went from there to a small little number. But at least I was showing up now, right? So it was just new stuff. But you just don't know. You just don't know about it. YouTube has terrible timing with their ads, Kathy S says. Yeah, I could do it manually, but I don't do it manually. That's not fair. That is hi, Turkey Man. Hi, Turkey Man. It's nice to see you, love. My mods, shame on you. Just shame on you. All of you, Miss Robin included, sending some donuts over here, making me stare at donuts until we have a verdict. What is wrong with you? That is torture. I have been abused many ways, mentally and emotionally. But sticking donuts and coffee in front of Betty and saying she has to look at it and can't touch. The hell are you thinking? Excuse me, I'm just joking. HE double hockey sticks. Don't worry. I just did that for you. No, I'm just kidding. Turkey Man's like, okay. Turkey Man's got the calculator there. Turkey Man's got the calculator. He's like, okay, how much does Miss Betty owe the pot today? I've been very good. I have really been very good. I've been working very hard. If you guys haven't noticed on my language, it's one of those things I've cussed like a sailor for many, many years, and trying to, sometimes things just pop out because it's part of your language. And so I'm having problems with things just popping out. So I'm working on the pop, right? I always said I have a pop mouth. And they're like, pot mouth? No, pop mouth. That means things pop. If it pops in my brain, it pops out my mouth. I don't really have a lot of filter on it. But anyway, anyways, we went over a lot of stuff. We're waiting for the courts. We got about 22 more minutes before the courts open, and we're going to be deliberating for LETECIA STAUCH. So for those that are joining for the verdict watch party here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, and you guys have probably heard LETECIA's name before, but don't know what the case is truly about. So this is a case where a stepmother, LETECIA STAUCH, is accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson. There's been some significant issues within the family that were kind of kept under the rug or whatnot, and it's just, it appeared that everybody in the family, including law enforcement, knew she did something with the boy, but they just didn't have enough at the moment to prove it. Until they started going into Gannon's room, and some of the first witnesses for the state talked about how violent the scene in his bedroom truly was. Multiple different items that were used to kill this boy, from blunt force trauma, stabbing, and getting shot as well with a handgun. And then his lifeless body packed up and put in a suitcase. And that suitcase went from Colorado all the way over to Florida, where he was eventually dumped by his stepmother. And his stepmother then proceeded to go back to South Carolina as opposed back to Colorado. And law enforcement actually picked LETECIA up and charged her with second-degree murder in the case of Gannon Stauch because they did not have his body. But, you know, the act of God, the beauty of this is that of all places she could have dumped Gannon's body, she dumped it over an overpass that only gets inspected once every 2 years. Once every 2 years. And it just so happened that that once every 2 years came just a few short days after Gannon was dumped at that overpass. And it's just like, you know, talk about divine intervention when it comes to something like this. And I think they even brought that up at the trial about how the divine, the fate, the divine intervention in this case related to Gannon. And I don't think that was by mistake. You know, I think there was something else watching over this family and watching over Gannon. When Al Stauch, Gannon's biological father, he lived married to LETECIA Stauch, when he learned of this, he, I think in his mind and his heart and in his soul, he believed LETECIA Stauch that there was an accident. There was a horrible accident that happened and she didn't know how to handle it or freaked out or was scared she was going to be in trouble or something to that effect. And so she ended, that's what he thought. So he just couldn't understand why she just would not come clean, why she just would not come clean. And then all of a sudden they find Gannon. And we heard Al multiple times on the phone calls. We had to hear hours and hours of LETECIA lying to Al. And in those calls, he's like, LETECIA, I know there had to have been an accident, and I know that it might have scared you, but we need you to tell us what happened. And she still kept lying to him and kept lying to him. And nobody could understand why she kept going on these wild tales, especially if it was an accident. If she just freaked out, you know, it's no big, I mean, it's a big deal. It's a big deal because at this point, I think Al knew Gannon was dead and he just wanted to find his son and know what happened to his son. And LETECIA was just giving them a run for their money. And when they did finally find Gannon and they matched his DNA, I think they matched him by dental records, actually, I think, but it might have been DNA. I'm not sure. They matched him some way. So it was either by dental records with his case or by DNA evidence. And she, and then he finds out that this was not an accident. This couldn't have been any more intentional than it was. I don't think he understood how much LETECIA hated his son because none of the searches were about him. None of the searches were about his daughter. None of the searches were about his ex-wife. They were only about his son. And I don't understand what that is. And the only thing I can think of is this is an Army guy. You know, this is his only son. We know guys, I'm not saying that guys don't love girls and don't love their daughters the same way they love their sons. They love them just as much, just in different ways, in my opinion. But to me, it's like it's a manly thing, a man's dream to have a son that he can raise. You know, it's just a guy thing. It's a guy thing. I hear it often. I've talked to, I mean, even my ex-husband, he had nothing but girls. You know, he would have loved to have had a son of his own to go out and teach fishing and, you know, all the things that fathers do with their son, you know, making them the man, you know, it's just, it's a man's dream to have a son, just like it's a woman's dream to have a girl, you know, it's the same, but different. And the only thing I can really think is that when Al came home, he probably spent a lot of time with his son. He probably had, you know, his son was probably having some behavioral issues. You know what I'm saying? Had some behavioral issues because, you know, his mom, he obviously knew his mom was using drugs or substances because it was talked about by Al. He was one of the first witnesses for the state. And so he spoke what he said. And part of their conversation was the fact that Gannon knew his mom was on drugs and couldn't stay with her. And so he might have had behavioral issues because of the separation between his mom and his dad. He was older. kids that are older typically have more behavioral issues than the younger kids, because the younger kids don't really remember what it was like to all be together. It's not as traumatic or affects them the same as it does somebody that knows, and, you know, like Gannon, he was old enough to know. So I really believe that there was some issues there, maybe behavioral wise. And with LETECIA having the teacher's degree, which is up for interpretation, because even her own witness, Dr. Lewis, said you might want to check her credentialing. So, I mean, even when your own doctor is telling you, hey, you might want to check her credentialing, but it doesn't sound like it's the credentialing that she's claiming she has. But I digress. It sounds like that LETECIA STAUCH did a lot of underhanded stuff on the computers to find out ways to work around certain certifications, work around. She only cared, you know, like even the fake, the fake polygraph test. Even the fake polygraph test. So she's not opposed to faking documents, faking legal documents to help her. So, and we know she's a compulsive liar. So are these, did she lie to the judge when she told him what her credentialing was? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. T-Man, donuts, cupcakes, and Bullhorn Betty. I really do believe, I thought Friday was going to be the day. I just went, as soon as I heard that judge saying, you know, please don't go back there and just take a vote. It's like, why would you say that? But, you know, in the duty of justice, you know, a judge wants to make sure that the witness, that the jury is up to speed on what needs to happen. So we've got about 13 more minutes, and we should be getting started here with this and see at least what the judge has to say. Now, I don't know if this is the way it's going to be all day, if we're just going to be looking at this blank screen, or if he's going to come on here and just kind of tell the community, tell the audience what's going to be taking place today. Like, I don't know what to expect today. I am in not in my wheelhouse today. I can tell you that. Aw, says I'm a girl's dad. I love daddy's girl. Aw, that's so sweet, Turkey Man. I was the most difficult and my mom's favorite. I think I'm only my mom's favorite by proximity. The distance from her house. I'm her favorite because I'm the closest, right? Now, personality-wise, I don't know. I think me and Tay-Tay, I think we got the boot. I think if it comes to personality-wise and being, I think we're all pains in the butts. I think we make my mom go crazy. We do nothing wrong. And we're all crazy. Yeah. Probably gonna have to make some more coffee before too long. Donuts! Okay, Cupcake says, what in the strawberry banana mess is going on with your hair? Well, Cupcake, see, I have these pains in the butt. Remember we were just talking about how I was a pain in the butt to my mom? Well, see, we have pain in the butts here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, and two of the biggest pains in the butts I've got on this channel is Miss Robin and Jennifer L. And so they peer pressured me into putting pink in my hair. Thank goodness it is not permanent. It is and it's already washing out. I mean, I think I got maybe 2 more washes, and I think it'll all be completely out. But it was supposed to be like a pink highlight. And the lady, I told her, I went there and we had to reschedule for the Thursday. And I asked her about the light pink, but I didn't tell her I wanted the permanent pale pink. And so she brought the light pink that I guess people use to color their hair. Anyways, long story short, I spent a whole bunch of money for non-permanent hair color for my blonde, and I needed a permanent, okay? And I needed it more pale. Like I like the color of it now. Like I could do this, but the way it was when I first got, like I could do that. But the way it was when I first got it, it was pretty dark. But she said it was going to wash out So that's what happened. Betty, pink is your color. I don't know if I'm going to get, you know, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But I like the picture that Miss Robbins sent me. If she had all the stuff, that would have been a beautiful color in the hair, because that pale pink was really nice. They're telling me which donut I'm not allowed to have. I got these little things. Look at that. I got these because I needed some to-go cups, but I needed cheap to-go cups. I keep leaving. I just left my SunTrust when the last time. No, I was second to last time before I think it was the trip to South Carolina. I went to Walmart and I got an oil change, and I was loading. I got groceries and everything because it takes 2 hours to get through there. And so I loaded up the car with the groceries, and I left my SunTrust, my nice SunTrust. I've had this freaking thermos cup for 10 years. Left it in the stinking cart and drove off. Never seen it again. Never seen it again. I'll be back just chatting with Miss Ann. We'll tell Miss Ann we love her. Oh, Roxy, it's nice to see you. 10 minutes till verdict watch ends. No, it's actually 10 minutes before it begins, because verdict watch hasn't started yet. It's not going to be starting until like 8 more minutes. And then we got, then we have the deliberation. But I want to see what the judge says. But anyways, guys, I just got this new information. So I pop back in here. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to use the little girls' room before we start, because it's going to probably be a long day. We may just put this up depending on how long it's going to be. I may just put this up and we just periodically check throughout the day and see if we got a verdict or something. But I'm praying to God, if this goes over to tomorrow, we got some problems here. The defense did a better job than I thought they did. I don't believe anything that LETECIA STAUCH says. I don't believe that multiple personality video where she was talking. She kept going. And listen to this. Her impersonation sucked. She went from a Russian language to a Spanish speaking language to her language. So, I mean, they're not even language. She just sounded, she didn't speak Spanish. Even though they said that this Maria only spoke Spanish, when she became Maria on camera, she had this German, Spanish accent. Like, she couldn't even keep the accent accurate. And then depending on if she was shocked or surprised, she'd go back to LETECIA and she'd talk in LETECIA's voice. Yet she was trying to convince them that she was Maria. It was really, really weird. My hair won't dye blonde. Well, let me just tell you, it takes a lot of chemicals. Takes a lot of chemicals. Actually, she said that my hair is not really as dark as I think it is. It's just that next to this white blonde, she's like, when the roots grow in, they grow in really, really dark. They appear to be darker because they're next to the really light color. So, but either way, I think it'll be good. I didn't blow dry my hair, if you can tell. You can always tell the difference between blow drying and not. When it's poofy, it's probably not blow dried. When it's kinky, curly, and probably not blow dried. What up? All right, guys, I'm going to have to use the little girl's room. I'll be back in just a few. We're going to watch this and see what the judge has to say. everyone. Well, Joy, I'm doing okay. I kind of had a rough start to my morning. I'm not doing too, I'm kind of in a crap mood this morning, to be honest with you. And, but we're rolling with it. I did a lot of work over the weekend with Bryan KOHBERGER's case and went through a mess of documents, just a mess of documents. Sorry. Oh, the doorbell didn't even ring. Check. Well, they did. Somebody got me some. No, you're not coming in. You don't belong to me. Go home. The orange cat tried to make a run for it. I'm not lying. I got 2 orange cats outside that just, I don't know what it is with them. They act like I'm their mommy, and I'm not their mommy. I had a friend over here that fed the darn cats one time, and guess what? That's the LETECIA verdict donut. What do we got here? My girl's making me fat. Donut holes making me fat. Am I allowed to eat the donut holes? Tell me, don't lie. Don't lie to me. What have we got in here? Why isn't this opening like it usually does? It usually has a tear spot on here. There we go. Oh, you guys are crazy. They know my jam. I don't. They had us addicted to this stuff in Georgia. Bacon. We got bacon. Hopefully this is not for LETECIA's hearing, because I don't think that's going to last. We got the Boston cream, though. You can have the munchkins. Okay. Cold coffee. I'm going to have to get a bigger desk out here in office number 3. Office number 3 wants to be difficult. Bacon. Bacon. I bet you Mike is dreaming of a bacon-loaded Big Mac. Mike says, hold the patties and just throw a mess of bacon on it. I wonder what a bacon Big Mac would look like. Might get more meat. Just joking. 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. Now I'm hungry. I know, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for eating in front of you. Oh my gosh, this bacon is so good. You know you can smell it. Might as well get a tater tot too. Why not? Bean feathers the same. My girls don't even go to school. We are feeling blah. Sending joy. Gotta get out of the funk. Oh, I know. After last year and the beginning of this year, it's like one of those things, like I always have that funk at the end of the year, just because it's my birthday, then all the holidays, my family's kind of here, there, and everywhere. We're just not like the family that we once were. And so it gets a little depressing during the holidays. And then usually around the 1st or so, I kind of get out of it and get focused and back on track. But this year has just been really funky. I've been dealing with some personal stuff that I don't bring obviously to YouTube and stuff like that. And it's just been a lot of stuff. You know, we're already halfway through the year, and I've been in my funk hasn't like, I mean, it's lightened up a little here and a little there, but I've been in this funk since the end of last year, and I'm kind of over it. I'll be honest with you. Here we go.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. I've asked everybody to be here because I've received a question from the jurors. It's actually two questions. The first one is, can we have an index list of all exhibits? And do we have that?
So we have two different versions of the exhibit list that we brought based on Mr. Sproul giving us a heads up about this. One has every exhibit, even the ones that were not admitted. And then we have one that's pared down that has every admitted exhibit, which I think would probably be the best one for the jury.
Right, I agree. Okay, so I just need the one that has, oh, you got it? Okay. I just need the one that has the admitted exhibits. And I want to make sure that it also has defense exhibit. There was one.
We weren't keeping track of defense.
Okay, exhibits. There's only one, so I'll write it on there. So that'll be
two
fine.
copies, Judge.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, one of those copies we could give to the defense judge if you'd like.
Do you need one? Okay. And my thought is that I just write down. Oh, no, we haven't. It's on the second page. Picture from Garden of the Gods that was admitted. So it is on there. So it's all good.
Our paralegal is more awesome than I thought.
Yep.
Won't say her name in case of a jurisdiction of us don't want to hire her.
I get it. So take that with you before so I don't lose it. All right. The next question is, can we have both a preliminary and final report from Dr. Lewis? And I think what they're talking about is they want the reports from Dr. Lewis. My proposed response is expert reports are not introduced as exhibits in a trial. You have all the evidence you may properly consider to decide the issues in this case. Prosecution?
Yeah, I think that's the right answer. We certainly, those two things were not ever admitted, and
Right.
I think it would have been improper to try to admit them as well, so.
Right, and they never are. So that's why I put this. Usually I only have the second sentence, but because they're asking for both reports, rather than highlighting or saying that this has something to do with Dr. Lewis specifically, which it does not. I mean, they're not going to get Dr. Torres and Dr. Grimmett's reports either. Mr. Tellini?
No, I agree.
Okay. Then I will sign this.
Your approach has been somewhat of an issue that came up over.
Give me just a second. Okay.
All right, so they're going up to the judge's. Judge looks a little happier, a little lighter this morning. So the questions that were asked was the exhibit list. They want to see what was all entered as exhibits, a consolidated exhibit list for this case. And then they wanted some expert witness reports, which were not ever introduced as product of the trial or exhibits for trial purposes. So it looks like they're not going to allow that request because there are no reports that were admitted in the court record, expert reports. And I don't think this is a bad thing. I think what they're wanting to do is see what kind of alteration she made from the preliminary report to her final report. I don't think it's necessary that they believe her. I think they're just looking at to exclude her as, you know, being untruthful, and by them having the preliminary, if she made some major changes from the preliminary report to the final report that may show her bias or her willingness to, because she did get caught lying several times on the stand, and that for me as a juror, I would automatically had very little weight in her testimony because of that.
All right. So we've sent back, I give you both, right? Okay. We're going to send back the exhibit list and the answer to the question that I've already given you. That takes care of everything at this point in time. I'm still going to give a 30-minute warning with some grace for the people to get here. I know that it may take them somewhat longer. Can you give me some idea of generally where they might be coming from?
Well, I think we've got Landon and her family here. Al and his side of the family, I'm sure, are just waiting for us to give them a call. They live in town. So
Okay.
I think in all likelihood, we'll be fine with 30 minutes. I'm just saying if that becomes an issue,
No, if it does.
you never know.
Right.
And you've been very gracious with that the whole time, Judge. So
Just let me know and we'll deal with it. Otherwise, I'll let you know when I hear something.
Okay.
Okay. Court will be in recess.
All right, guys. Well, we're going into recess. This is probably going to be quite a day. We'll check back here. It is 11:08 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be hooked on the Twitter feed to find out when the verdict is. We're going to keep this link up. We're going to keep this active all day until we have a verdict. I just will not be working or talking for 8 hours today. We don't have a trial. This is just a verdict watch. The jury is deliberating on the LETECIA STAUCH case, and hopefully we will have whether the jury's found her guilty or innocent. I am still going with, I believe they're going to find her guilty of all charges. But again, you know, I know that there are some people that are worrying right now about this, but this could have been a great example. Maybe these questions came in at the end of the day on Friday, and the judge is like, well, look, obviously we're not going to get these answers. I'm not going to call everybody back in, just answer these questions. We'll deal with it on Monday. Now we know why it was shut down at 5 o'clock on Monday with these questions that they have. Hopefully this is it for their questions, but you know, depending on how their case goes in the deliberation in the jury room, there may be other questions that are brought forward. And again, if they have any additional questions that are brought forward, it's going to take about a half an hour to notice everyone, get everybody into the courtroom to answer these questions, and then it gets kicked back to the jury again. So we will monitor it. I'm not going to drop this link. You guys can come back throughout the day and check to see if we have any notifications. What I can tell you is check periodically, and check my community tab, because I will be sending out and notice through the community tab, if you're not on this channel, that a verdict is in, and just come back over here and we will start monitoring it. Remember, from the time we get the notification, it's going to be at least a half an hour before the court turns on its cameras. So just bear with it. We're going to, Mike's always poking fun at not guilty. Mike is our not guilty activist here. Our not guilty activists here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Mike's job's very difficult. The jury is taking too long. Actually, Miss Potty Mouth, not really. So they had about 4 hours on Friday to deliberate. 4 hours, but if you take an hour and a half away for lunch, that gives them 2.5 hours. And if you take maybe the first hour, so you got another hour on top of that with them trying to find their 4-person and voting on their 4-person. So that's 2.5 hours of trial, just on just giving an idea. And so it was only about an hour and a half, in my opinion, that they had an opportunity to deliberate before they asked their questions and before the deliberations were paused until today. But right now we're on go. We need to be praying for Gannon, praying for Gannon's family, praying for Gannon's friends. All of us, when we are watching this today, if you want to light a candle for Gannon, pray over this case. I'm sorry, but prayer is magical. It really is. It's amazing what a prayer can do. And we got a lot of prayer warriors on this channel. And let's use that today. Pray all day. Every time you stop, every time you got to wash a dish, every time you've got to move, remind yourself to say a prayer for Gannon today. Anyways, guys, we are going to just keep this link up and you guys can monitor it. And I'm not going to be here. I mean, I'm here. I'm watching it. I'm watching it on the big screen, but you're not going to hear me here because I'm not going to be talking. We're just going to be monitoring and doing a deliberation watch, a verdict watch. So with that being said, we'll see you guys here. I'm going to be checking every half an hour. I'll pop into chat, say hi to everybody, but we will monitor this as soon as I hear that the jury has reached its verdict. I will be notifying everybody through the community tab because this will stay up. This is not going down. This live feed right now that's up right now will not go down until we have a verdict or until the judge says we're done for the day. So I'll be back. You guys monitor. If anybody in this chat is watching the Twitter feed, make sure you text me. And again, if you see the community tab of me saying the verdict has been reached, you don't need to text me. But if you do not see that community tab post, reach out to me until I can get that community tab post out. So we'll see you guys in a little bit. And again, we need to remember what this case truly is about. While we are watching this from afar, at the end of the day, this is about an 11-year-old boy that lost his life brutally and violently at the hands of his stepmother. There is no good reason for this woman to have hurt a hair on this boy's head. This boy has been fighting to survive ever since he was born. LETECIA STAUCH, at the end of the day, is a human being. A despicable, disgusting human being, but she's still a human being. And right now she is fighting for her life because of the action she chose to make. So there are no winners in this case. There are never any winners in any of the cases that we cover. We try to review these cases. We try to accurately depict. We try to thoughtfully, think of probable theories, and we try hard to do the right thing. But at the end of the day, when we're doing it and it's on our channel, no matter how you look at it, it's for entertainment value only. Does our heart bleed for it? Bleed for the victims? Yeah, our hearts do bleed for the victims. But at the end of the day, we don't know what it's like being in that room or being at the defendant's table. We don't know what the families are going through, because even if we have similar trauma or similar pain, our pain is unique to us. Just because we have this pain because the loss of our loved one doesn't mean that that's going to be the same type of pain that their loved ones are going to have. So this case really does strike a nerve for me. However, at the end of the day, this isn't our life. We're watching someone else's. And as hard as it is, at the end of the day, this is an 11-year-old boy that lost his life, and his stepmother is about to lose hers. So there's no winners here. There's no winners here. I know we try to, you know, make it as entertaining as possible, doing polls, trying to figure out, trying to see how much we get right, how much we get wrong, trying to, you know, adjust and modify how we review these files and things of that nature. But it's not living it. It's not living it. It's not being there. It's not having to walk in these shoes of these parents that are in that courtroom looking at this despicable woman wanting to tear her head off. So, anyways, guys, just pray for Gannon, justice for Gannon. Today's going to be the day. I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my soul. So let's just take the time we need and let's pray for this little boy and pray that he gets justice today. We'll be back soon. Well, good afternoon, y'all. We are doing the verdict watch here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I still have not seen this come out on the Twitter news feed, but I'm hearing that Crimes, Lines, and Lies is saying that we are going to have a verdict at 1 p.m. So in about a half hour, if everything is true, we should be getting the news notification on the Twitter feed. I'm updating every few minutes. I'm checking it. But right now, the information I'm getting in, now granted, I can't confirm it. I can't corroborate it because the one source that I personally have that the judge has identified as the leading source is the Twitter feed. And I have not heard from the Twitter feed yet. And I keep checking it. So that's what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's true. If somebody can check with Crimes, Lines, and Lies and see if she did, in fact, say that, that would be great. Just to get some corroboration. Not that the people that are informing me are, being dubious in any way. It's just that we are in, fact finding, right? So we have to corroborate and re-corroborate and just make sure the information is true, especially in light of the fact that we have no updates on the Colorado court Twitter feed. Right here, which is where the judge has told us to watch for this information. And so I keep refreshing it. And so far we have nothing that says it. So if somebody, now she said 3 p.m. Well, because 1 p.m. is technically 3 p.m. our time. That's why she would say 3 p.m. I believe she's on the East Coast or on Eastern Standard Time as well. And Colorado is 2 hours ahead of us. So if she says 3 o'clock, then that's probably what it is. I'm sure everybody is ready to wrap this up. I'm confident if they've got a verdict, I'm confident. I think a lot of Friday, remember, they went really late into Friday, like past lunchtime before this was turned over to them. There were several things that had to happen on Friday before they even got started deliberating. First of all, they didn't have a break. They missed their lunch break. So they didn't actually take their lunch break until 1 o'clock when they were turned over to deliberation. So they had food coming in. So they were all going to sit down and eat. Typically their lunch break is about an hour and a half. So we remove an hour and a half from their time yesterday. And then you've got to go over the instructions, the jury instructions again, to make sure everybody understands exactly what the jury instructions are. And even for the judge to go over them and read them verbatim to the courts, it took 40 minutes. So you've got to add that time back on to it. So now we have an hour and a half and 40 minutes. Now, granted, did they take a whole hour and a half for lunch? We don't know. Did they work through lunch? We don't know. I'm just throwing numbers out there that we know as far as their past behavior. I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't know specifically what they did. This is just a theory of mine related to this. And the theory of mine is that they really didn't get that far into the case on Friday, and they got to a stopping point because they had questions that the judge obviously decided to wait until this morning to discuss and go over. So I think that might very well have something to do with it. Just FYI, I think that the reason why they stopped is they weren't that far into the deliberations, and they had questions, and it was 5 o'clock, and the judge probably said, you know what, let's just go home for the weekend and I'll get these answered up for Monday. Everybody can rest up, because he seems like the kind of the judge that wants everybody kind of firing on all cylinders. Even with the closing, he knew that the closings were going to come on Wednesday, or excuse me, that they were going to end their case on Wednesday, but didn't want them doing their closing arguments until Friday, just to let people have some time to rest and regroup and collect themselves. Because when they're doing this type of case and they're in this type of trial, these attorneys aren't getting, hours and nights of sleep. They're working. When they leave that courthouse, they're not off the clock. They have a trial, anything that's coming up in that trial, that they may want to explore further, they've got to look into that. So their jobs are not done until late into the evenings. Even during trial, they work. When they get out of there, they don't stop working. And you can tell that because even the judge assigns them stuff to do, like the jury instructions. You guys need to have this stuff in to me by this time. Somebody's got to prepare that. An attorney's got to review it. An attorney's got to approve that. Then it's got to go to opposing counsel. The opposing counsel has to review it. Their attorneys have to review it. Their paralegals, blah, blah, blah. Then it's got to come back. If there's any revisions, those revisions have to be looked at. And then once those are done, then they go over, once everybody agrees, then those go over to the judge, and then the judge has to pick it apart. So, Jennifer, thank you. Hello. Yeah, it was a rough morning this morning for me. I've been up really, really early. I had a relaxing day yesterday. And on relaxing days like Sunday where I'm up, and I was up yesterday, I didn't want to say it like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Well, good afternoon, y'all. We are doing the verdict watch here on the Bullhorn Betty
What
show.
the hell?
I still have not seen this come out on the Twitter news feed, but I'm hearing that crimes, lines, and lies.
Oh, it's my phone.
We are going to have a verdict.
Oh, Jesus. That scared the crap out of me. I'm like, what in the world? Where is that noise coming from? I thought my phone was like shut off. So clearly, let me turn this. I didn't realize it was still on my phone. I've been watching, chatting with you guys on my phone and monitoring the Twitter feed. Let's see if they've updated the Twitter feed yet. And if they're on crimes, has anybody been able to confirm whether crime lines and lies? And I need somebody that's like one of my mods to go check it out, or something like that, because I'm hearing from people, but unfortunately, not that I'm disputing what they're saying is true, but I'm hearing from people that I'm not familiar with, and it's not hitting the Twitter feed yet. So if we can find out if that's true or not, that would be great. I just need somebody had identified, no news, not on the Twitter feed that the judge told us to monitor, but somebody had reached out to me. A couple of people reached out to me by email and said that crimes, lines, and lies stated on their live that the deliberations we should have, that the deliberations are in, and they are going to be reading the verdict at 1 their time, which would be 3 o'clock our time, which is right about 50 minutes. Can somebody check and go to crime, lines, and lies and listen to see if that's truly, if that's what she said? Because I don't have any contact with people that have boots on the ground out there. And quite frankly, I don't know. The Twitter feed's doesn't have anything that I'm hearing or from these people, which I appreciate. I mean, if their deliberation is over and people are letting me know, I definitely appreciate that. But even when people come over here and let me know, we still have to confirm and corroborate the information. We are still on verdict watch. This is what she put in her notification, that the verdict is in. So it was in her notification. Okay, hold on just a second. Thank you, Gigi. That was Gigi, right? I was thinking Gigi when it's somebody else that provided the information. Hold on, who was it that provided that information? Okay, yeah, it was Gigi. Okay, thank you. And I'm sure everybody else has been participating as well. I don't know which notifications you're talking about. I'm in her community tab and I don't see it. Gigi, that's what she put in her notification, that the verdict is in. Let me look and see what, hold on a second. Let me look at something else then. Is it on a Facebook post or what, Gigi? Because I'm looking. Let me go over to Facebook, and I'm looking here, and I don't see anything from her on her feed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not seeing. I'm literally not seeing anything anywhere. There is no verdict yet. I am Team Summer. CLNL said verdict is in. Cheryl Stiers, I've never seen you in here before. So all the people that I'm not familiar with names are saying that the verdict is in, and the people, my people, are saying that there is no verdict. So, it can't be both ways. And I'm monitoring. It is on her YouTube. Is it in her community post? I'm over on her page right now. It's over on her YouTube. The last thing the last thing on her community tab is 5 hours ago. 1 day ago. And 1 day ago. You go over to live. Recap of GANNON, which was an hour ago. And her new one is 9 a.m. tomorrow for the Oklahoma 7. And then when you go over to her videos, she has, so I don't know where it's in her headline. What headline? Okay, well, I just didn't see you. You don't talk very much then. That's okay. We have silent watchers. I appreciate you letting me know. I can't seem to find it. I sent it in mod chat. Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate everybody's help. It's just, it makes it hard. And you guys know how much, the people that watch me like every day, you guys understand what I go through on any given freaking day. So, if it takes a lot, I got to check and recheck because good Lord. Okay, the verdict is in. Oh, yeah, no, this is what it says. It's just set up. And if we go under the description, it says time to be announced. This is a stream for when the verdict is back and ready. Please sub and get reminded. Love having you here. So it sounds like she's just got the verdict watch coming, just set up so people know that she's doing it. And once the verdict is in, it'll go live. I don't necessarily think that they have a verdict, guys. And yeah, I just read her thing. So I think it's just the verdict watch. I don't, and she does put in the notes of this. Hold on. She does put in the notes of it. Time to be announced. So this is just a, what do they call it? A tentative start time. I just read jury will continue on Monday. It's too early for them to continue on Monday. There's no way the judge would send them home now. All right, guys. Well, listen, don't listen to anybody but me because I'm starting to feel like there's something going on. And I'm not saying that to you. What was it, Cindy that was in here? Steyer? This wasn't to you, but like to this person, Mini 560. I just read jury will continue on Monday. There's no way that they'd continue on Monday, and I've never seen you in my chat. So I'm definitely not getting my news. No offense, but I'm not getting my news from somebody I don't even recognize in my own chat. So nobody listened to anybody in this chat. Judge is not on. This is this right here, this whatever right there. I forget my mirroring. There's the live feed right here. The judge is definitely not back on, because that right there is the live feed. Her live is in 104 hours exactly. So yeah, it's just there. She just has it for a tentative. See, I changed her title. Okay. Yeah, we're just on a verdict watch. Everybody is here to do the same thing, but it's just nobody has any information unless they got boots on the ground. But I'm looking at like I said, the judge was very specific. BHB, can you review the 4 charges again? Yeah. I can't remember. I know one of them is murder in the first degree. One is murder of someone under 12, and that they are a person of, I can't remember the actual thing, but it's, yeah, let me go over those. Okay, here it is. First degree murder of a child by a person in position of trust, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence. Those are the charges. And again, LETECIA is basically stating that she did all of those things. However, she is innocent because she was insane at the time she did them. That's what she's trying to make people believe. And so they brought this person for, multiple personality disorders, but I don't like her because I don't like what she said, because no matter what you said about LETECIA, it would never have changed the outcome for that particular expert, Dr. Lewis. She just wanted LETECIA to be sick, and so therefore LETECIA was sick. This is a person that has made all of their money and their entire reputation off this multiple personality type of opinion for LETECIA STAUCH, her expert opinion, as a matter of fact. So this, and not only that, but she was caught not being honest in a couple of respects. And one, the most notable one, which is exactly why she lost all credibility in my mind, was when they asked who was that guy in the video, and she said she did not know. And then the state said, well, ma'am, how do you not know your own son? And why is your son inside a room while you're giving an evaluation? Doesn't seem appropriate. Doesn't seem appropriate at all. But this is the same son that was caught, from my understanding, in the stairwell of the courthouse smoking pot. The same son. So again, when somebody blatantly lies under oath like that about something like their own son, I've got a big problem with that. If they will lie about that, they're willing to lie about anything under oath, because you know what? What she should have said is, yes, that's my son. And when they said, why is he there? She could say, because I'm disabled and he helps me get around and I don't like him leaving my side. But she didn't do that. She lied about who he was, and then didn't want to answer any more questions when she was caught in that lie. As soon as that she was absolute, that was the one. Like, I don't know whether or not, I don't know whether or not LETECIA is truly mentally. I mean, we know that there's something wrong upstairs. She could just be evil. She could not just be evil. We weren't there. We really don't know. We're just going by our assumptions, our experiences in life, and how we believe and what we believe, whether we believe she's being truthful or not. But that's for us personally. And at the end of the day, the one expert witness, the only person that was caught in a lie the entire time, literally caught in a lie on the stand, right? Like she was literally caught in a lie on the stand. I'm not saying that I don't know whether any other witness told the truth or lied. I have literally no clue. What I can say is that none of them were caught literally on the stand lying. The only expert witness that came to bat for LETECIA was actually caught lying on the stand. The only one. Like she had two witnesses. The first witness rolled right over and became a state witness. And the second witness looked like Aunt Millie until the next day, and then her fangs came out. And we have a whole different perspective of this Dr. Lewis now. But at the end of the day, she was the only one caught lying on the stand. And if she will lie about her son, she will lie about anything. And she is a paid person for the defense. And it sounds to me like she earned her paycheck. Because no matter what you said, what evidence you put up in front of her, no matter how much you showed her, LETECIA lied through her teeth to her, her opinion about her opinion about whether LETECIA was sane or insane would not change. Even though she didn't even know the law to make that decision. She didn't even know what the Colorado standard for insanity was at the time she assessed LETECIA STAUCH as insane and caught on the stand lying. Like, I'm still scratching my head asking how in the world it's taking this jury 8 hours to deliberate on this case. I mean, I would not believe any of her testimony because she was caught lying on the stand. I don't care. She could have been caught lying for picking up a dime on the floor. It could be something so stupid and petty as that. The bottom line is she lied. And if she lied once, she'll lie again. And I don't trust her after that point. And not only that, but she is supposed to be providing her expert opinion in an unbiased manner. And when you start lying on the stand, that to me seems like you're protecting instead of providing. And there's a big difference. So guys, we're still waiting. We're still on verdict watch. Let me check and guys, I don't care what we're hearing. There is no verdict in at this moment. I am looking at the one source that the judge told us to monitor for any kind of movement on this case, and there hasn't been nothing posted in over 3 hours. So we're going to stay right here. I'm going to go ahead and mute, but I did want to come and check in on you since there was a lot of stuff going around that there was a possibility of this verdict coming back. It is not in yet, guys. It is not in yet. We are still waiting. Is it possible that they may do the verdict at 1? Yes, but the judge promised that it would be posted on this Twitter feed because this Twitter feed will notify everybody that needs to be back to court. And I can't imagine them not posting on this Twitter feed when this is what the judge has told everybody, the judges, the jury, everybody, that this is what you need to watch, and the family of Gannon. This is where you need to watch so you know when to come back to court. And there's nothing on this Twitter feed yet. And so I do appreciate everybody keeping us up to date, but I don't think the verdict is in. I think what might have happened is crime, lines, and lies set it up so she is putting her audience on notice that she's going to be, as soon as this verdict ends, she's going live, and she just wanted them to tentatively know that she's going to be doing the live on her channel. That could be very well what it is. We're just staying live all day until we have a verdict or until they leave for the day. If they leave for the day, I will tell you we're going to have a problem. There's something going on here. I still believe in justice, and I still believe the verdict will be read as it is, but there's definitely something that somebody is hooked up on in that jury room. And I don't know who it is or what it is, but they, I don't know. I don't know. So we'll keep watching. All right, guys, verdict is in. Verdict is in. It's going to be about a half hour. It's going to be about a half hour. And we should be hearing something really soon, guys. Thank you all for all of your patience. We just got word. The verdict is in. We don't know what the verdict is, but it is in. We have a verdict in. Thank God. Give me just a second. Let me put this out. Verdict is in. Tisha. All right. Now's the crunch time. Now we're going to be waiting. I can't believe we're here, guys. I really can't. I've been praying. I'm hoping today is going to be a good day for everyone. The verdict is in. We are now under crunch time. We're now watching. We've got our donut, our celebratory donut here. We have coffee. Let me go get, well, I got another cup of coffee here. My Dunkin' Donuts is in the room. My gut says the rope, folks, game over. Yeah, it says get the ropes, folks. Yeah. I think you're right. I think she's going to be, I said from the beginning, I think, now granted, I'm not right. I don't have a crystal ball, it could change. It's just for me personally, based upon everything that the 4 charges she's been charged with, I believe that they, at least I'd like to see guilty on all counts, but I think that they've got at least one of the murder counts, the tampering with evidence and tampering with body. I think that they've got at least 3, if not the full 4, but I think she's going to be ultimately, yes, spicy. It is, we are here. We're going to be 10 minutes till the guilty verdict. Actually, they just posted this and the judge is getting everybody a half an hour to get to the courthouse from posting the verdict is in. So, we were just going to sit here and wait and pray. It's read in 30. They just posted this out 7 minutes ago, and they said it will be read in 30 minutes. And so we've got about 23 more minutes left, give or take a little bit. Again, we're waiting for Gannon's family to make sure that they have enough time to get to the courthouse. If the Gannon's family, if his father and his mother are not there at the courthouse, they will most likely, hold up the courts until they arrive. This is their day. They deserve this day. They deserve justice for their son. This has been a very tough case to hear about. It's been a tough case to follow. It's been almost excruciating to a sense of listening to LETECIA STAUCH, her voice, hours and hours, just spitting lies after lies after lies after lies. And that poor man had to endure this for months, or well over a month, we'll say that. Because believe it or not, they had her arrested and in jail fairly quickly. Gannon disappeared on January 27th, 2020, and she was arrested in early March. 2020. So it was a very quick process to have her behind bars, where she ultimately has stayed from the time of her arrest to today. And I don't think she's going to be getting out. This is going to be her new life. This is a life she chose for herself. I do not believe 1 ounce of me that this woman is insane. I think she's evil. I think she's got a lot of problems. Whether she knew she had these problems or failed to get help for these problems, or just managed to get worse, these are her problems. But, a lot of people have emotional issues. A lot of people have behavioral issues. And a lot of people that have those issues aren't killing 11-year-old boys by bludgeoning them, stabbing them, and shooting them. So this is a case that has been very difficult, because you heard Gannon's father, it was hard listening to those phone calls, because you heard a father begging to know where his son was. And the one person he trusted with the most precious of his life savings, right? of his life savings, those are his children, with this woman that ultimately hurt Gannon. And you heard him. He believed that he still believed the good in her. After all the stuff that she was spinning and lying, he still believed that it was an accident. He did not believe that she had it in her to hurt his own kid. And he believed that until that poor little boy's body was found. Again, bludgeoned, stabbed, and shot. And at that point, you know it was no accident. This was not a terrible accident that she freaked out about and just couldn't and felt responsible for. This is something where she attacked an 11-year-old boy so brutally and so violently. If you're telling me about the verdict, we're already, yeah. Yeah. All right, honey. Bye. People let me know that the verdict's in. We got it. We got it. Verdict watch right now. We're thankful that we have the verdict in. The jury has made a decision today. We're going to find out what the fate is of LETECIA STAUCH. Again, LETECIA to me is just an evil woman that didn't get her way. And instead of talking about it, she made a horrible, horrible decision that cost an 11-year-old boy his life viciously. I don't think anybody knew this woman was capable of such violence. And there was something about Gannon. They just did not hit it off. And I think it had to do with the fact that she had to feel appreciated. And I don't think Gannon made her feel appreciated. And I think she pushed him away and pushed him away until things just broke. Cameras are up. Not quite yet. This is the feed. Let me refresh. I'll refresh. Give me just a second just to make sure we have the I'll refresh. Yeah, they're not up yet. So we'll wait and see what we've got on here. Again, we are watching. We're doing a verdict watch. The verdict is in. We got notified just a few minutes ago, about 10 or so minutes ago, that the verdict is in. The jury has reached a verdict at this moment. The judge, Buck Cherry Lover, 7 hours, 38 minutes, and 20 seconds of deliberation. Again, you know, this was a hard case. This was a tough case for the attorneys. This was a tough case for the jury. This was a tough case for the judge. And this was a tough case for the public. And we watched a very good trial. A very good trial. We had a lot of questions as to why the defense didn't do this, didn't do that. There's a whole number of reasons why the defense chose the strategy that they chose in representing LETECIA STAUCH. At the end of the day, LETECIA finally admitted to killing this child. And upon admitting that she killed this child, she changed her plea from not guilty to not guilty by reason of insanity. She wasn't getting medical or mental health other than general anxiety for 2 years of being in jail. And then all of a sudden, now she's crazy. This just just flies in the face of people that truly are insane, in my opinion. There are people that wouldn't have known that what they did in that room was wrong. They definitely would not be packing a body up in a suitcase and traveling to Florida to drop that suitcase off in an effort to elude law enforcement. You know, mentally ill, insane people don't act with that much intention. They just don't. If LETECIA was in this psychotic state, when she came out of that psychotic state, there is no way she would have remembered what she had done, and therefore she would have been rendering aid, not bagging up a body in a suitcase. because she wouldn't have believed she did this. She wouldn't have believed she could carry this out. When she went from Maria back to herself, she would have had no recollection of the attack to even assume that she would have done it. Spicy intentions, jury question today. Can we have a list of all exhibits? Granted. Question 2, can we have the preliminary and final reports from Dr. Lewis? No. Yep, that is exactly right, spicy intentions. And the reason for that was because those reports were never entered into the trial record. They cannot use items that were not part of the trial record as part of the trial record. They can't introduce their own evidence in to look at it. They can only look at the trial record and the evidence that was submitted during the proper trial proceedings. And so I do believe that hey, I know the verdict is in. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Mom says they have 12 minutes and something on the countdown clock. I don't know if that means that I don't know when they're all I can do is go from the Twitter post and it's 30 minutes. And we know that the judge will not go forward with the reading of the verdict until the family is there. Once the family is there, he will read the verdict. So right now we're just waiting for them to bring in everybody, get there, and to bring in the jury. Guys, while we're here, if you don't mind, I would like to just have a moment of silence for Gannon. You know, nothing significant, just, you know, maybe 30 seconds or a little bit more of everybody just bowing our heads and having a moment of silence for this young boy that lost his life, and just pray for justice for him. We don't know what this verdict is. We're going to be hopeful that it's a positive verdict. It's justice for Gannon, but we don't know. We don't know, you know, what we heard and what the jury heard. Maybe, I mean, we heard all the same things, but it doesn't mean we think all the same way. So we have to take that into consideration with this as well. So let's just have a moment of silence, if you don't mind. All right, about 30 seconds there. Thank you all who participated in that moment of silence for Gannon. And just to go over a couple of tidbits about some of this stuff, because we have to remember that Gannon went missing on January 27th. By February 4th, he was being dumped off in an overpass. By March 2nd, so a little less, about 28 days after she dumped Gannon's body, she was arrested, and LETECIA attacked the deputy while being extradited back to Colorado. If you guys remember, that was when she tried to escape. Good evening or good afternoon, Okie. Nice to see you. I didn't see you come in, but I know I see somebody saying hi to you. So good. Hi. Hi. The verdict is in. Verdict is in. We're going to be reading this verdict. This verdict is going to be read for us here online here in just a few moments. We are trying to get some information on, we've already had the cameras at the courtroom turn on and off a couple times as they're checking the feeds, I'm sure, and making sure that the cameras are in where they need to be for this reading of the verdict of LETECIA STAUCH. I also wanted to remind everybody that's following Bryan KOHBERGER's case, we've had several different hearings scheduled, and an update is that May 25th hearing for the non-dissemination order revisions, potential revisions, that has been canceled. I believe they're going to probably roll that into their May 22nd hearing, and that is allowed to be broadcast and streamed online. And we will be running that on May 22nd. May 22nd. Yeah, we'll be showing her face as the jury reads the verdict. I am not going to really be paying attention to anything else except for her. I hope they have a camera directly on her face. And actually, that brings me to another issue that we need. Oops, there we go. Let me go here. I can't remember. Only one way for me to do this, and this is, I can't remember which one came on. I think this one. I think it's courtroom 2 is the one I want. But if it's not, then we'll get it fixed. We'll get it fixed. But I'm trying to, yeah, I can still scroll in on that, so that's good. So it should be just a few minutes. Let me just check the Twitter feed and I'll give you an idea. So it was 20 minutes ago that we received the tweet that the jury has reached a verdict. The jury has reached the verdict in this matter about 21 minutes ago, allowing time for everybody to get to the courthouse, 30 minutes to get there, so this could be read. We're just going to take a few moments. I'm going to get some stuff, and I'll be right back. I can always tell when my yard is getting a little long. One of my neighbors comes down and says, "Hey, can I mow your yard?" Sure, by all means. Lawnmower's in the back. Hey, Dumplin', it's nice to see you. Boucher, Bean Feather. Yeah, we've got the verdict is in. We should be going live like literally any minute now. We got about 6 minutes, guys. This has been a long process. I know a lot of us. Oh, I need to kill the last guilty. Okay, so we're killing the last poll now. In poll, and the poll is 84% that this jury will come back with a guilty verdict. 10% more people believe this jury will be deadlocked than her being not guilty by reason of insanity. Only 5% of our audience actually believe she is going to be found not guilty by reason of insanity. 84%, an overwhelming 84%, over 200 and almost 240 votes. 84% believe that this jury will come back and convict her as guilty of these charges. And I am right there with you guys. I'm kind of, you know what, I don't know how to explain it, because I'm saddened why we're here. Like, I'm really sad that a boy lost his life and a stepmom is on trial and she's going to lose the rest of her life as a result of it. It saddens me. But I'm very happy that we're here, and I'm praying to God that we get justice for this little boy. You know, I'm praying to God. This will be, you know, this will never, ever, ever bring Gannon back. This will never, ever be true closure for his family, his mom and his dad. There will always be guilt on both of them, even though they should not be harboring that guilt. They should not be harboring that guilt, even if they weren't perfect parents, even if mom did have a potential substance abuse problem. Give me just a second. All right, who sent that? Robin, if you're listening, that's been completed. That's done. I went ahead and removed the check mark, so we're good. We shouldn't have any ads or anything. I just went ahead and removed the check mark because we have they have set up now that we can check mark. So during, like, if we have lives, it'll automatically stick, or it's supposed to automatically stick ads in, you know, natural breaks. And everybody says they have the worst positioning. I don't know. I have no control over it. I didn't even realize that feature was there until the other day when everybody was like, ads. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not doing nothing back here. And come to find out, they actually have this new box that's checked. Hey, blessed mama. A new box that's checked. So whenever you're live, it automatically kicks in some ads, which is good. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, this channel needs to make money. And if we need to have a few ads now, granted, you shouldn't have overwhelming ads. If we're on here, I mean, we've been on here almost 7 hours today. I don't know how many ads you guys see. I can't see it back here. It doesn't notify me in any way as to what's going on. But either way, I turn the ads off for this section. The people coming in are going to still get an ad, but those auto ads that YouTube automatically puts into the live stream, I've removed that box. So we're not going to have to worry about it just accidentally happening right in the middle of the verdict when it's read. That would be awful. So lock up for life means you can never do this again to another child. That is correct. That is correct. But I'm still saddened by all of this. It's not that I want people to just be put to death. I just have very strong beliefs. And my very strong beliefs are, if you're capable of taking a life, then you should know that you're going to have to give a life. And I just don't think putting all these horrible, despicable people that we're never going to let out into society again in these cages. I don't know. I just think it's inhumane. I don't know. You call it what you will, but I don't know how it's humane to lock somebody up 23 hours a day. I don't know how that's humane. And if they're to the point that they'll never, ever see the light of day again, they're never going to walk among us again, and it's inhumane. I mean, what do you do? You know, I'm sorry, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. I don't think it, you know, the other stuff is one thing, but murder, that's the worst, in my opinion. The absolute worst. I mean, hurting a child is bad, but if that child lives, the child survived. But death is permanent. There is no survival. None whatsoever. And I think if you go that far and you intentionally did it, then you should have to pay the ultimate sacrifice. You should have to give up your life. You intentionally took a life. Flying Dove, 1 minute less tentatively, because the reason why I say tentatively is because I know that and actually it's 11, is it 11 minutes? Let me see what we got here. So it's been exactly 30 minutes now, but we know that they were going to wait until the family and everybody got there. So there might be a few stragglers. So they're going to wait until everybody is in court for them to come live. But we're minutes away, guys, minutes away from knowing what LETECIA Stauch's fate is in this case. I am praying that she is convicted of all charges. I feel she is responsible for this, and I feel she is guilty of all charges. I feel that the state has proven their case, that not only did she kill this young boy for no reason, she did it while she was legally sane. And while she was legally sane, she decided to concoct this really elusive story. My chest is very heavy too. I'd rather my tax go to eliminating murderers immediately after they are found guilty. Exactly. Like I've never understood why we have to house, feed, clothe, food, nurture, nutrition, people that should not be here. I'm sorry. So sad to think what she robbed this family of. Gannon getting married, having their grandbabies, their great grandbabies, so much stolen. Absolutely. Absolutely. There's nothing that this little boy could have done. I mean, we deal with horrible kids all the time. It's a family matter. She was literally days away from Gannon's dad being there where she can address some behavioral issues. Not only that, she didn't even have to allow the kids to come back. They were at their mother's. She could have told her mother, look, don't send them back here until Al's back. I don't have the patience to deal with your kids. Your kids are completely unruly and I don't want them. She could have just, it would have been bad, right? She would have caused a rift in the family. She would have caused a major blowout between her and Al had she done that. But you know what? The ending result would have been a hell of a lot better than what we've got here. The ending result would have been, it may have been a complete utter blowout and their marriage would have been over, no different than what it is now, but an 11-year-old boy would still be alive. She just resented him and hated him. And I don't know, and I don't think anybody's going to really, I think whatever happened between Gannon and LETECIA, they are the only two people that truly know. And I think that that's going to go to the grave of LETECIA as to what truly happened to Gannon and why they had this horrible relationship. Because let's think about it. We know teachers as nurturing, right? I mean, I think teachers are some of the nicest people in the world. I really do. I think a lot of teachers are pushovers because they have kids in their class all day long. And, they have to deal with all the emotional needs of a child, teenager, toddler, whatever class they're teaching, right? But they have the patience. Like every parent or every teacher I've ever had, they did have their frustrating moments, of course, that come, I mean, anybody can be, pushed to their limits. But for the most part, I thought teachers were always so kind and nice and always tried, really hard to reach their students with love and positive affirmations and positive criticisms, negative. I mean, criticism's negative, but it did it from a place of love, not a place of frustration or anger. I just felt that teachers in general, at least the ones that taught me, were nurturing in nature. So you hear about LETECIA being this teacher, and not only this teacher, but this teacher of special needs students of all things, the ones that are the most challenging of challenging students. So you would think that she would be well prepared and have all the resources necessary to handle a child of special needs, maybe somebody that had ADHD. So this illusion that she couldn't handle one kid, but she was a teacher of many children with disabilities, it worries me. I have to be honest with you. It worries me to death to think of what she did to those special needs children, like the ones that couldn't talk to their parents. Did she abuse children in her care long before Gannon? You know, we always ask those things like BRYAN KOHBERGER, did he have another crime? And, you know, did this, did that. Yeah, Miss Potty Mouth, they're going to take whatever time, because what happens is they send this out and not everybody gets it right away. So we knew that they were going to be, it was going to be around a half hour, according to the judge, that once this notice went out on their Twitter feed, that they were going to give everybody about a half an hour to get to the courthouse, and that they would modify that time if not everybody was where they needed to be. You know, the judge has been very gracious in making sure he's accommodating. A great judge too, a great judge. Just like this judge, you know, and we look at the judge in the Alec Murdaugh trial as well, and you know how like they're just nice. They seem almost nerd. They have an authority, right? They're the judge, but that for the most part, they're nice and they're nurturing and understanding, right? That's something that I need to work on. I need to be more nurturing and understanding. I'm too bold. Sometimes it needs to be toned down. I don't know. I don't know where it comes from. It just is what it is. I've been, you know, I mean, my voice has always been loud because I've been deaf. I'm deaf in one ear. So I've always talked louder than normal people, and I don't realize it. I remember like, and especially if people are, if it's a noisy area, like I don't even realize I'm screaming. Like I'm just about screaming in a noisy place and I don't even realize it because I can't hear. So I'm on my phone, so I can't click on it. I have to type it out. Oh, that sucks. Courtroom is full. The Real Me Too is saying, how do you have a courtroom feed? How do we have a courtroom feed? I don't have a courtroom feed. Do I? Yeah, I don't have a courtroom feed. Who's got a courtroom feed? The Real Me Too? Yeah, May, it's getting very close. We're literally down to we're just waiting for everybody to get into the courtroom, to funnel into the courtroom. Me too, Andrew. I've been working on that myself. I know. Oh my gosh, it's getting close then. Yep, spicy. I do that too. This is agony, y'all. Pure agony. I know we've been struggling. It's been so nerve-wracking. I can't imagine the family. I mean, think about us. Like we get emotionally involved in these cases. I mean, I get that we're emotionally involved in them, but we're not the family. We didn't watch this child grow up. We didn't spend, you know, holidays and weekends with this child. Like if we're this nervous and we didn't even, we're just strangers, right? And we're this nervous. Can you imagine this family? I can't even imagine how nauseous and sick some of the family members are just waiting to get to this point. It just, the nerves and anxiety, I can't even imagine. Coming from Twitter. Oh, yeah. Because they're allowed to have Twitter. Yeah, Twitter's a little faster pace. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm so nervous. I really am. I am so nervous. Video. Please imagine either. Okay, let's get back over here. Come on. Is Mustang Sally in here? See Mustang Sally. Mustang Sally, if you're in here, well, hello, my friend. I haven't seen you in a little while. Give his mom 5 minutes with LETECIA. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, a military father. I mean, you know, he's had to kill people that were a threat to somebody else. And here he has a threat to his own son, and he's got to keep his hands to himself. I'm sure that is really difficult. Oh, I'm sorry, sepsis. I know it sucks. Today's not a good day for me, but I don't have near the issues you do. So can't believe it. I'm not nervous. I truly believe the jury will get it right. Me too, Barbara. Me too. I've been truly praying and hoping that they get it right, and I believe they will, because again, I just can't imagine a jury listening to everything we listen to and coming back with a not guilty by reason of insanity verdict. I mean, I will literally be shocked. I will cry. I think I'll cry on camera. What got me was the prosecutor saying Gannon has been in the courtroom for the entire trial, back in a box. I know, it's horrible. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Bye-bye. So we're getting stuff in. Okay, we got a few people. Gannon's family is present in the courtroom 1 minute ago, as they have been for most of the entirety of the proceedings for the past 5 weeks. It's nearly dead silent in there right now as we wait for the judge and jury. So we got a feed for somebody in the courtroom right now. And so they're saying that the family is there. They're just waiting for the judge and the jury. And that the courtroom is just, it seems somber. You know, everybody's dead silent. Nobody's talking. There's no commotion. Everybody's just wanting to, I think we're ready. I think we're all ready. I think more importantly, Gannon's family is ready. I think they want to hear LETECIA be held accountable. Now, granted, guys, this is just the verdict. This is not the sentencing aspect of this hearing. I don't know if the judge is planning on sentencing her immediately after the verdict, if it's guilty, or if he's planning on having a sentencing hearing at a later date for her sentence. I really don't know. So we'll find out. My courtroom is here with Betty. Oh, thank you, Lisa. Sorry, you guys got to watch me dental floss. I get worried, especially that back molar. Thank you, Miss Robin. Guys, we're a few minutes away. I know. You know what? It also might be, look at the time. It's just now, they probably had lunch, and he's probably letting the jury finish up their lunch before they've got to go in there and read their verdict. They also might be going over with the jury everything that's going to happen after they read the verdict, so that they're prepared for it, at least have some instruction. I don't know. Tomorrow has it. He will today. Law and Order don't have a feed either. No, because we're all pulling from the same feed. We're not pulling from different feeds. So, well, he shouldn't be, because it's my understanding they're not letting, I mean, they may have a photographer or somebody there in the courtroom, but those are not feeds that they're controlling. The Colorado, the judge in this matter is controlling the feed and what the public sees. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, ICML is a much bigger channel. So I can only, and not only that, but he does these group things. Like he does all the car chases and stuff like that. And he's better known for that. If we did more trials and more long everyday things, I'm sure we'd pick up some of the, I'm starting to eat. I told Jennifer I'm not eating the donut holes until tomorrow. And here my nerves are going right now that I'm stuffing my face with sweets. May she be found guilty. Justice for Gannon. Thank you, Jennifer. C12 said, now I remember the comment at Bullhorn Betty in Canada. If you can believe this, when you are found guilty of first-degree murder, most get let out on parole. I'm surprised Canada's not worse. Like, I don't know. You know what? A piece of me feels like the jails are even worse or even more toxic. Like, I think they're because they commingle like the really bad people with the not so bad people. Like, they need to have, like, you know, like they have minimum security, but they still have bad people in there. They need to, like, people that are like I said, you know, I told you guys, my best friend's a felon, right? She's a felon. She can't vote and can't own a firearm. You want to know why? Because in her younger years, she was busted driving a car on suspended licenses 3 different times. It became a habitual, and they on her 3rd strike, they gave her a felony charge for it, for habitual driving on a suspended license. And if she would have went to prison, which she didn't, but if she would have went to prison, oh, guys, we're coming back.
I don't have a camera button over here this time.
Which one?
They're not on yet.
Oh.
Okay.
The feed kind of sucks. Maybe I think everybody is watching it from the courtroom or from online or something.
All right. Court will call 20 CR 1358 People versus LETECIA STAUCH.
Guys, here we
Record should
go.
reflect the jury is not
Right.
present in the courtroom. I've been advised that the jury has reached verdicts in this case. Before I bring the jury in, I want to remind everybody of a couple of things. First of all, if you have a phone out, put it away, unless you are in this
The
front
feed
row.
is really grainy.
In addition, I know that this is an emotional case. I get that. I understand that. Really, I do. But this jury has worked hard. So regardless of whether you agree with,
Guys, I'm going
or
to freshen
don't
this up
agree
because
with
the feed
the
is really
verdict,
bad.
you need to exercise appropriate decorum. So let's not have any
he's giving them
emotional outbursts or anything like that.
While he's giving instructions to them, I'm refreshing this because that feed is horrible. And I don't know if it's the feed, if it's my internet, or if it's just people going into the case that's making it look really, really horrible, but they are. Okay, no, it was definitely my whatever internet feed. There we go.
But they all seem to be on.
Much better. I'm glad I did that. Let me get rid of some of these.
doesn't matter to me. I see it. So long as it's broadcasting, I just wanted to make sure that was not the issue.
Tisha is not looking too happy. Courtroom is definitely packed.
All rise for the jury, please.
Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus LETECIA STAUCH. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I see that juror number 5, that would be you, has all the instructions and things like that. That's usually a tip-off to me that you might be the foreperson. Are you in fact the foreperson? And has the jury reached verdicts in this case? All right, if you would hand the instructions and the verdict forms to Mr. Sproul,
I know, Jules,
please.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm breathing heavy right now. Like I'm just a freaking bag of nerves.
Thank you. All right, the verdict forms do appear to be in proper order.
Guys, here we go.
I will have a question for you because there's some extra writing on here, but I think I understand what's going on. So with respect to count number 1, charge of murder in the first degree after deliberation, we, the jury, find the defendant LETECIA STAUCH guilty of count number 1, murder in the first degree after deliberation. With respect to count number 2, charge of murder in the first degree, child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, we, the jury, find the defendant LETECIA STAUCH guilty of count number 2, murder in the first degree, child under 12, position of trust. With respect to count number 3, charge of tampering with a deceased human body, we, the jury, find the defendant LETECIA STAUCH guilty of count number 3, tampering with a deceased human body. With respect to count number 4, charge of tampering with physical evidence, we, the jury, find the defendant LETECIA STAUCH guilty of count number 4, tampering with physical evidence. I wanted to ask the jury, or actually the foreperson, there is some extra writing on here with respect to question number 1. There's a cross through and some initials. And then on part B, there's also a cross through with initials. Was that signifying that you were not answering that and you intended to answer guilty as to that charge? Yes. All right. And is that what you intended with all of the other verdict forms? Yes, sir. All right. With that, does either side wish to have the jury polled? Prosecution? Yes, sir. All right, what this means is that this is a process that is sometimes requested by the attorneys following a verdict to make sure that everybody has agreed on all parts of it. So I'll go down the row, starting in the back. Juror number 1, is this and are these your verdicts?
Not one tier out of
Juror number 2, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 3, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 4, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 5, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 6, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 7, is this and are these your verdicts? Yes, sir. Juror number 8, is this and are these your verdicts? Yes. Juror number 9, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 10, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 11, is this and are these your verdicts? Juror number 12, is this and are these your verdicts? I want to thank all of you for your service. Jurors don't get a lot of training. However, you all were selected because you were willing to be open-minded and impartial. and were willing to make decisions based on the facts and the law. You, the jury, heard and saw the evidence. You paid attention all day, every day. Someone else may tell you they disagree with your verdict or some aspect of your service. They may want to express their opinion on the matter. However, we didn't ask them for any of their opinions. We asked you for your judgment. We asked you for your verdict based on the law and based on the evidence. Someone else may tell you they think they're better and smarter and more intuitive than all of you were. Ignore them. As a judge, rarely does a day go by that I don't make somebody in the courtroom mad.
Amen.
The fact that some people may disagree with your verdict or the law only means that those who disagree with you were not carefully selected to be fair and impartial. They did not take an oath to follow the law and to judge all of the facts, and they see it differently from you because they didn't see it all from the perspective you did. And they did not discuss the facts with 11 others who were also fair and impartial and sworn to follow the law. Fair and impartial, and so you decided this case. Sworn to follow the law. You decided this case. This verdict is your verdict, and this is the verdict in the case. No poll, no approval or disapproval, and no press analysis changes that fact. This is the verdict in the case. The press or someone else at some point may wish to talk to you. We live in a world of exceptional voyeurism in reality TV, and this is about as real as it gets. They may try to dissect the evidence, your thought process, and your decision. It's a free country. Anyone can ask you anything about your verdict. You can answer if you choose. They can also, however, respect your privacy and allow you to contact them only if you want to talk to them. And if you don't want to, you don't have to talk to anyone about your verdict. If you do talk with someone, you can tell them as little or as much as you like. Someone may even ask you to give an affidavit regarding some aspect of your jury service. You're free to give an affidavit. You're free to decline to give an affidavit. That is a personal decision you are entitled to make. If anyone continues to talk to you after you have told them you do not want to speak about the matter or becomes critical of you or your jury service, please report that incident to me. Again, I want to thank you very much for your service. Without honest people of our community serving on jurors, we cannot secure the right to a jury trial in this country. And it's a very valuable and a very important right. I want to leave you with some language from a case that was decided by the United States Supreme Court in Louisiana versus Duncan. In that case, an individual was denied the right to a jury by trial, or a trial by jury, sorry. And that case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court sent it back to the state of Louisiana. And it said, you need to give this man what the Constitution requires, which is a trial by jury. And when it sent the case back to Louisiana, it said, we believe that trial by jury is fundamental to the American scheme of justice. Trial by jury is more than an instrument of justice and more than one wheel of the Constitution. It is the lamp that shows that freedom lives. Without your dedication and sacrifice, that lamp would not shine as brightly as it does. So I truly thank you for your service. You are now discharged with the thanks of the court. And for the last time, all rise for the jury, please.
Bet you she wants to kill everybody on that jury.
Thank you. You may all be seated. I don't know how you want to proceed on sentencing. I do need to talk to the jury for a few minutes because I need to tell them some things about security issues, counseling issues, and things like that. So I do need to talk with them for a few minutes.
Well, the judges.
I also didn't know if the family, the prosecution, anybody wanted to have some time to process the verdicts. I also understand that everybody's been here for 5 weeks, so I get that part too. So I'm open to whatever you want to do with respect to sentencing, but I probably am going to need at least a half an hour with the jury.
I think that would be appropriate, Judge. The people are obviously ready to go to immediate sentencing. I believe defense is as well.
Okay.
And I can tell you that the
we're getting
family's been
sentencing today.
thinking about this day for over 3 years. They're ready to go to sentencing as well.
Okay, then give me about 30 minutes and we will come back and proceed to sentencing at that point in time.
Justice prevailed today in Colorado against LETECIA and for GANNON STAUCH. This was a long trial. It was exhausting for all those involved, including the defense attorneys. And at the end of the day, we have to remember that she was due a proper defense. That's what they said she got. Now, I digress. You know, I believe her attorneys did the best they could do for her in her situation. That I believe. There was no good strategy for this case because LETECIA had spoke so much. If she would have just kept her mouth shut, they would have had more that they could go on. She destroyed herself with all these wild, elusive stories. She destroyed herself. And this is very, very sad because the family, many of you guys talked about it in the chat, they lost more than just Gannon. They lost graduations. They lost proms. They lost first dates. They lost, first broken heart. They lost everything in between, the graduation of high school, the graduation of college, the marriage, the grandchildren. They lost so much more than just an 11-year-old boy. So much more. And this woman that was jealous and couldn't just leave, she destroyed that. She destroyed this little boy over what? Jealousy? Al's time? Frustration? There's no good outcome here. There's no winners here. We had a favorable verdict for a monster. She's where she belongs. But who won? Nobody won. Not one person. That whole family is destroyed. LETECIA's family is destroyed. Let's talk about, other than the monster, what about her daughter? Destroyed. What about the people that were her friends and stood by her? Destroyed. Destroyed. Looks like people are adjusting cameras. Maybe his camera wasn't set well before. Maybe that's why I didn't come on. Might have got knocked over or something. But it looks like they got the judge's camera fixed. So we're going to immediate sentencing, guys. Immediate sentencing. What a long day. We've been live here for 7 hours, and about 2.5 hours of that, right? Yeah, 2.5 hours of that. Oh, they ended the webinar. They ended the webinar. What? That's okay. I'm sure they'll restart it again. He just needs about a half hour, so we just need to chat for just a little bit. But yeah, Tracy, you're right. Gannon got justice today. Nothing can change. Nothing can go back and rewind what happened to him. And this is the best possible outcome for the situation. Actually, the best possible outcome is her losing her life, giving up. Because let's be honest with you. Let's be honest. We know darn good and well. Okay, it's not ready yet. We know darn good and well that what she did to that little boy was disgusting. And not only disgusting, we got it. Take it even a step further. She is a mom. She's a mom. How would she feel if somebody did that to Harley? She's a mom. That's the part I don't understand. That's the part I don't understand. Is how the heck can you raise a child from birth to 17 years old and you kill an 11-year-old boy? I don't think I can ever, and it just makes us wonder what Harley has gone through in her life with her mother. The stuff that she wasn't able to talk about on that stand. She's basically saying she's never seen her mom crazy before. She's seen her mom upset. She's seen her mom crying. She's seen a lot of things, but never homicidal maniac. And I have to say, when she killed Gannon, she was a homicidal maniac. Blunt force trauma, stabbing, 18 stab wounds, and shot him in the head. Unfathomable. Yes, Phoenix. That is perfect. The suffering she caused. Yeah, the suffering she caused. And you know what? She gets to sit in her cell and she gets to be angry and mad at the whole world because the whole world didn't listen to her crackpot stories. Ruby, good morning. Good afternoon. Great jury. Got justice for Gannon. Rest in peace, little guy. Absolutely. You know what? It's funny because I see Ruby, and guys, remember Ruby Glamper, podcaster. I don't know what happened to her. I haven't heard from her in a while. You guys see her around, tell her I said hi. Harley, how is she feeling? I don't understand how she could take a life when she had Harley. I know that's the most bizarre part for me in all reality is, you know, she had a kid. There we go. Okay, webinar will start soon. We can handle that. So as long as it's up, so we don't miss anything. Because sometimes I start talking and I forget to check. So if it's not up and it doesn't signal me, I may not see it. The family should get to do to her what she did to Gannon. Like I said, I'm an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Because you know what? If somebody hurts my family, I'm one of those people that would want exactly like you said. How they took my family out is exactly how they should be taken out. And I would go as far as to say that. That may make me the worst, most hated person on YouTube, and I don't care. At least you know where I stand. At least you know where I stand. You don't have to worry about me because I'm pretty much an open book. You know, I don't really, if I say it, I stand by it. People don't like it. It's not my problem. It's theirs. Okie Crime News is getting some snapshots. Let's see what we got here. Well, let me. Oh, this is so frustrating. I don't want to write anything. I just want to open these photos. Yeah, and you could see on her face, like she wasn't happy. She kind of went in there knowing that she was going to I don't think I think she was still, this is still a Hail Mary for her. But in all reality, I don't think she expected to skate on this charge. I mean, to be honest with you, again, it comes down to the fact that there were only 2 witnesses for her. One, the defense turned over to their witness. And the last one, Dr. Lewis, she was caught lying on the stand multiple times. And one most notable is when she couldn't recognize her own son in a video that they themselves recorded and took. When you lie about something that stupid, that insignificant, and easily explained away, when you lie about that on the stand, I know you're capable. Me personally, I know you're capable of lying about anything. That's what I know. If you can lie on the stand about your own son being in the room, you can lie on your stand about anything. Yeah, Al remarried. Listen, guys, I will tell you, their marriage sucked. I'm not disputing that. They had a very unhappy marriage. They were very unhappy together because Al was gone all the time, and LETECIA felt, I believe, theory, this is just my opinion, that she felt used by him. And actually, to be honest with you, I don't think it's my opinion, because I think she said that, throughout all the videos we heard with LETECIA talking in them and lying to Al, and all the stories that she told law enforcement and the FBI. And I kept saying, you guys need to listen. Whenever we first started this trial, I said, listen to what she's saying. She's telling us why she did this, because it was all about her. Remember, she kept saying, I did all this. Why would I want to kill him? I did all this. Nobody even appreciated me on Christmas, and da-da-da-da. And she just started going through all these laundry lists of things. Those were her excuses. That was her justification in doing what she did. Those things that she listed about how unhappy she was, how Al wanted her to keep the kids so he didn't lose his visitation. She's now a child killer. Yes, Mike. She was a child killer before she got the conviction. Before she got the conviction, she was a child killer. And you know what? And this is a great example, because had this been a traditional case where she doesn't go to jail for months or years after the crime is committed, we would have had the hate channels supporting this woman. And it's true. It's true. Supporting this woman financially that did this heinous act to her son, her stepson, a child she was in care of. And that is what's so disgusting to me about some people here on YouTube. Because look at the pain this woman has caused, and you've got sick people on YouTube supporting that person financially and telling them their conduct was okay. And then goes on their channels to say, oh, look at Bullhorn Betty. Listen, I didn't support a child killer. You may say a lot of things about Bullhorn Betty, but that's one thing you can never say about me. Because I will never give one single red cent to anybody that could potentially, remotely hurt a child. So you can say a lot of things about me on YouTube, but you'll never be able to say that. But I will be able to always say that about you. And you people know exactly who I'm speaking to. It's disgusting. And you need to do better due diligence and research before you help these animals and monsters like Don Wells and Candace that are throwing their children away for a bottle of booze and drugs. Because they should have had those boys back. And they don't. Irregardless of Summer Wells missing, what about her 3 brothers that are living? Not worth their parents' time. Seems like a common theme. Seems like a common theme. So as we wait for LETECIA, I'm going to tell you most likely what's going to happen. She's going to be, because of the aggravated circumstances, I don't know. I have a funny feeling he's just going to do 2 life sentences in prison, but I'm hoping that he actually does years, because I'd like to hear, you know, her being in jail for 100 years. Be honest with you. That's what I'd like to hear. If you're not going to give her the death penalty in Colorado, and you're going to make her Colorado taxpayers house her 3 hots and a cot, clothing, medical, and everything else, I want to hear the years. She's not, I want to make sure she's going to die in that prison cell. And for those that are just tuning in, LETECIA STAUCH was found guilty of all charges. We had a 5-week trial, and while the trial was done a lot quicker than anticipated, they were able to get through their witnesses in better timing than they had actually allotted. But either way, this was a tough case. This had a lot of, this had 3 states of witnesses, guys. You guys have to remember that. 3 states of witnesses. You had Colorado, Florida, and South Carolina. And that didn't even include the state law enforcement or the FBI in this case, which both of them were a party of this case. So you got Florida, South Carolina, Colorado, and the FBI, and Colorado Springs, which did the investigation and had the jurisdiction of this matter. So this was a very tough case. But what I liked about it is they arrested LETECIA STAUCH on 2nd-degree murder charges. I already did. I took a bite out of it when they were Miss Robin, did you miss it? I took a big, huge bite out of it when they read the charges. There's like half of it here. I'll put it over here. Big old bite out of it too when they read the final charge. Ah! That big old bite. Ah! That's a Bullhorn Betty bite right there, baby. I can't eat the whole thing. Not all in one sitting. That was the celebratory. For those that are just tuning in and are like, what is this whole donut thing all about? So Friday, I had a cupcake, a celebratory cupcake here for LETECIA STAUCH's conviction. I knew she was going to be convicted on all charges. And so I had it here, and I figured this was going to be a quick turnaround related to the verdict. It wasn't. It still came back the same. But I told the audience, 1, the cupcake would be dried out if I waited all weekend until Monday to eat it. So I just went ahead and ate the cupcake. I had to do, you know, we can't just let cupcakes go to waste. So I knew it wasn't going to last until Monday. So I ate the cupcake. So this morning I didn't have any celebratory sweets. And so my mods, or the audience, I don't know who did it, but you guys sent me food. And one of the foods was a donut that I was not allowed to eat until the verdict was read. And not just the verdict, a favorable verdict. So we could have been throwing a donut in the trash if this this jury came back with the not guilty by reason of insanity. I didn't think there was any way that, like, if she pulled this off, I would lose faith in humanity. Like, did you guys see the same video I saw? I don't know what I'd do, but what do you do? Yes, Tammy Sue, I think that is a great idea. So I think everybody did great. And again, guys, I still think the defense did the best they could with what they had. She deserves a defense. It's part of our justice system. We can't beat up every defense attorney. I mean, if there was no defense attorneys, then we would have no judicial system. And so I think everybody did an amazing job. Not just the prosecution. I'm glad they took this ball and ran with it, but the defense as well. The defense had think about it. The defense had a loser of a case, and they had to prepare a defense for it. This was the best defense that they came up with. Checking now. Thank you, Boucher Street. She grabs takes the photo of me taking a big bite of my donut and sends me stuffing my face. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I didn't know what I look like stuffing my face. I know now. I know now. A whole smile it was, but they brought in Dr. Lewis, though. Yikes. Yeah, Dr. Lewis was a whack job. I mean, she really was. Her credentialing sounded so impressive, but once she started, it wasn't that. You know what? It was the fact that she refused to acknowledge reason or make that that connection between the insanity to the garbage that this woman was saying. Like, she just didn't fill it in. She didn't explain it. Like, oh, you know how she told like a million lies to Al about this, and this? This is the reason why she did it. Nothing. It's like, oh, what's the standard of Colorado again? I'll let you know. Just read me it and I'll let you know if she's insane. What? Usually that standard is supposed to be applied before, like during the actual expert report and expert opinion. Usually you should know what standard you're using before you even assess the patient or give them your opinion, your expert opinion. She was horrible once she opened her mouth. Yep. I ate graham crackers and peanut butter, was eyeing the peanut butter chocolate pie I got from Costco's. Well, at least you'd have made me feel better if you ate the chocolate and peanut butter pie. Just saying. Okay? Just saying. I just ate a donut. And you got chocolate peanut butter pie and you're eating graham crackers. Thanks. Thanks for covering my 6. So I am Team Summers giving our 10-minute-ish warning. And the reason why she's saying 10-minute-ish, because the judge didn't know how long he was going to need to be with the jury. He's probably, this is what I think is going on. He's probably thanking them for their service. He's probably talking to them, letting them know if they have any, emotional needs that are derived by them, because they had to see some graphic stuff, guys. Okay. They had to see, I don't know if you guys looked at Twitter. I had to watch some graphic stuff myself because of that. And I posted it in here earlier. And for those that are tuning in, you guys heard about that vehicle, the Range Rover crashing into the 18 migrants. There was a whole bunch of migrants walking on the road in Texas, and this car plowed into them. And many people thought it was intentional. Well, we're finding out today what had actually happened was that Range Rover actually accidentally ran a red light and ended up plowing into the people, lost control of the vehicle. So ran a red light, lost control of the vehicle, plowed into the people, overturned, and then tried to flee because he was younger and he got scared and he just mowed down a bunch of people accidentally, from my understanding. It was also a Mexican or Spanish person behind the wheel of that Range Rover. So it doesn't sound like it was intentional to me. It sounds like it was just a horrific accident. But that stuff that hit Twitter was really, it had no blurs. It had no blurs. And I don't want to go into the graphic nature, but let me just tell you, it is, and it was in like 4K quality. And you're talking about people that just got hit and ran over by a car. It was some of the most graphic stuff I have seen in a long time. I mean, I see a lot of graphic stuff, but I got to think of these jurors. They probably have some resources for jury, because I got to think some of the stuff you see it can cause problems. It can cause nightmares. It can cause anxiety. And this is them doing their service, and if they need services, there are services available to help them deal with the trauma that they have undergone by serving on the jury. So he's probably thanking them for their service. He's probably getting them their certificate for the jury, so they don't have to come back and be jury members in the next year or so. I think he said 12 months. They don't have to serve on a jury ever again if they're called. I think I've been called for jury like maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. I've never served on a jury. And now I just, I mean, it's part of my duty, but I don't know. I just, I find a way. I don't like it. But that was when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I probably would sit on a jury because I have more time. But, then you didn't get paid like an hourly wage. You got paid like $13 a day. And so I was losing, whatever I was making per day. I was living alone. I was young. I didn't make a whole lot of money. I had car payments, rent payments, everything else payments. I couldn't afford to be on a jury. I bought a Dr. Pepper for your justice, Gannon. I don't drink pop anymore. Aw, that's sweet, MJ. Yeah, I got a Coca-Cola I don't really drink. Well, I've been drinking a lot of soda, and I've been eating a lot of crap I shouldn't be eating. But that's just from my own nerves and my own anxiety. So we'll work on it. It's on the list. I can't serve because of medical issues. Yeah. Did LETECIA do something with Gannon's blankets and such? Like, how did she get rid of all the evidence so fast? She packed it all up in the suitcase with him. The blankets from his bed were in the suitcase with him. They pulled out something crazy. Like, I was surprised how many blankets that they were at. I think it was like 4 or 5 different blankets or sheets or something that was in that suitcase wrapping around Gannon. But it sounds like immediately after she killed him, she put him right in that suitcase and put him in the storage closet to hide him. So when the officers did their initial sweep of the property, they didn't see him. I have Blue Mountain Dew for Gannon. Aw, you guys are so sweet. It's just sad. I feel so bad for this family. But we know what I don't know. I just, I know he's going to probably say 2 life sentences or, whatever, without the possibility of parole. But it's I almost want to hear him say, you're going to be sentenced to 140 years for murdering that. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear those big numbers. And it's nothing but more for, what do they call it? That, where they feel good, the feel good stuff. I can't remember the word. Sometimes I get tongue tied, and I'm thinking of it, but I can't. It's just not wanting to come out. And she knew exactly what she was doing. Of course she did. Of course she did. It's just it's sad because. I don't understand how somebody can brutally attack an 11-year-old kid, throw him in a suitcase, knowing he's dead, knowing you beat him, stabbed him, and shot him, and threw him in a suitcase and hiding him, and just being able to act like nothing happened. No nervousness, no uptick in speech pattern, nothing that really just makes you feel weird. She was able to it just rolled off her tongue just to be so nonchalant. And look at her in this courtroom. She was just found guilty found guilty of killing Gannon. Not one tear. We have not seen this woman show 1 ounce of remorse. 1 ounce of appearing that she even gives a darn about anybody other than herself this entire time. And she's just found guilty of an 11-year-old. She's a kid killer. I'm gonna call her a baby killer, right? Nothing. Like no tears whatsoever. This is insane for me. I'm sorry. It's a little cray-cray for me. Like seriously, cray-cray. Yeah, she did smile. We got that. Somebody sent me that. I think it was Okie Crime News. Let me see if I can find that picture. You can see her grinning here. Hold on a second. This one, nope, it's not that one. This one right here. Smirk on this woman's face. Seriously. Dead eyes. Every person, that is the one thing I can say. Every person, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the stress of killing somebody or what it is, but when we see these trials and these people go to court, almost all of them look dead in their eyes to me. It's just something about killing another human being that alters your mind, body, and soul. It really does. It's not good. I mean, we are built to protect ourselves. We're built with instincts and mechanisms like the fight or flight mechanism in us, but we're typically not designed to hunt like people and harm people, because we have brains and common sense and all this other stuff. It's just, I don't understand how anybody can injure. Like I cry stepping on a snail. Like I can't imagine like intentionally hurting somebody and wanting to hurt them to death. I don't understand that. Like I've been angry. I mean, Lord have mercy. I've lost my cool. I don't know how many times. I've lost my crap. Screamed to high heaven. Chucked something across the room. I've done that in the past. Sure have. But I would never intentionally go out to injure somebody or cause them harm. I don't understand that. I will never understand that. And especially a child. Now, has parents lost cool with children? Listen, it's easy to do. You can lose your cool with children. There are parents that lose their cool and hit their children and feel guilty about it. But it's just, it is what it is. It really is. And so it's like even when they lose their cool and hit their child out of anger, which I always say, recommend. That's why I always tell you, if you're hot under the collar, walk away. You can punish the child when you've calmed down, but never hit the child while you're angry, is because sometimes that anger can get the best of you and you may injure your child unexpectedly. Even if it doesn't kill them or cause them to go to the hospital, it doesn't mean you didn't go a little too far. And so I always found that if you're angry where you can feel your blood boiling, it's probably not a good idea to punish your children other than making them stand in the corner. I'm sorry. I believe in proper rearing of children, but I don't believe in abuse. And it's not like the parent intends to abuse their children. I'm not saying, there's good parents out there that go a little too far because they lost their cool. And it's not that they intend to. It just is what it is, guys. We're coming back. The judge is back.
Right.
Hear what he has to say. Hopefully we get better quality video.
All right. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus LETECIA STAUCH. My understanding is that both sides are prepared to proceed to sentencing. Is that accurate? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Before we start, Well, first of all, I assume that we're going to have some family members.
We have some family members and other people that were affected by this
Okay.
case that would like to speak, yes.
Sure. All right. Before we start, I want to remind everybody that I am the person that imposes the sentence in this case. That means that when you come up to the podium, you address all your comments to me. You need to do that in a respectful fashion. Remember the decorum. You guys have done great for the last 5 or 6 weeks. And I know we're at the end now, but it's still
I want to
important
try to get that
to
podium in.
continue with that type of appropriate and proper conduct. So if there's anyone that is going to speak as to sentencing, you don't turn and face the defendant. All your comments are directed to me. In addition, Ms. Stauch, you'll have an opportunity to make a statement to the court as well. Same rule applies to you. Your comments are directed to me. You don't turn and face anybody in the gallery or anybody else. If you have any comments, you make them to me. So with that, prosecution.
Just before we get started, I just got a notification that it sounds like maybe on WebEx, your mic might be off, or I was just getting a notification that people are not hearing that.
I heard it just fine.
It's, it looks like it's on,
Yeah, I heard it just fine.
or my tab says it's on.
It is.
Okay.
It
He
is.
says it's working. It,
Okay.
it may not have been on a little bit ago, and we were having a technical issue, and I think it got restarted, so I think we're okay now.
Okay.
So, but if you continue to get messages, let me know.
I will do, Judge.
Okay.
The first person that would like to make a statement to the court is Nicole.
All right.
And I'll have each person spell a name for the court report.
Yes. All right. Just step up to the podium there and just state your name and then tell me what you have to tell me.
Nicole Mobley, Nicole Mobley. I just want to initially thank you for everything that you've done through all of this, as well as the prosecution. This has been well over 3 years of a family, as well as hundreds or thousands of us who have gone through a lot. It's been hard. It's been heartbreaking. And to finally see some kind of justice, especially for his family, is incredible. And I just want to thank everybody for everything that you guys have done.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Jane?
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Janie Cadenas,
All right. Can you spell that last name?
Cadenas.
Okay, go ahead.
Also, like what Nicole said, wanted to thank you for making this such a fair and neutral trial through the process. I am here today as I have sat with the family for the last 3 years as a community member in Larson Ranch, who has watched the turmoil that this has caused everybody in our community. 3 years ago, we heard as a neighborhood what happened, that a little boy went missing, and we rallied together in a way that most communities can never experience or imagine. We came together and we helped find ways to get media involved, to get search parties involved, to do everything we could to be of assistance to find this little boy, because Gannon wasn't just a neighbor, he was all of our little boys. For months and months until he was found, we were all scared to let our kids go outside because we were scared that they would be kidnapped. We didn't know what was going to happen. And through that process, we all came together and we met Landon and Al, those of us that didn't know them, and we built relationships and friendships and garnered a family relationship with them through that process. But this is just one thing that, as a community member, somebody who was a part of it from the beginning, that I can confidently say, this is the worst tragedy that anybody could ever go through, and every parent's nightmare. And I have watched and held Landon as she falls apart time after time. But we are here today and justice has finally been served for Gannon. And we want to thank you as a community for that opportunity for this to happen today.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Jeff Davenport, Jeffdavenport. I am Gannon's great uncle. I'm Albert's uncle, and my sister Debbie, who hopefully will be speaking in a few minutes, is his grandmother. Because I am a couple of steps away from him in relation, even though I have personal memories of Gannon and the loving, wonderful young man that he was and the great man he would have been. I want to leave the depth of impact to his parents. So I would like to talk about the breadth of impact. The preciousness of an 11-year-old's life is beyond measure, and all other impacts to all the rest of us pale in comparison to the loss he suffered himself. But this now convicted murderer did not just murder Gannon. She murdered all of the love and joy and encouragement and security he would have brought to all those he encountered throughout his life. She murdered his children and his grandchildren and all of the joy and love and encouragement and security they would have brought to all those they encountered throughout their life, and so on and so on. She murdered his junior prom, his senior prom, his high school graduation, his college years, his career, his marriage, his retirement, and his golden years. And it just goes on and on. Because of her crime, all of our fragile trust in one another has been further eroded. It's not an exaggeration to say that millions of people throughout the world have heard of this crime and will, as a consequence, be less trusting and more suspicious of those in whose care they entrust their children, even those who have loved and cared for their children for years. And because of her specious, cynical, calculated use of the NGRI defense in this case, those who are truly mentally ill will be treated with more suspicion and may not receive the help that they need. The reverberations of her murder of Gannon will ripple throughout eternity, and the impact of her crime is truly incalculable. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Judge. It's Veronica Birkenstock, spelled Veronica, Birkenstock, Birkenstock. I am Landon's Aunt Veronica, or Aunt V, and his great aunt. Nothing in life prepares you for the murder of a child. No one ever thinks this can happen to your family. A little over 3.5 years ago, I got a call, a very dreaded call, that I needed to come and be with Landon. For over 3 years, I have dear left her side in all the hearings, all the motions, and all the hearings that the defendant decided not to come to because she didn't think it was important. But regardless, we showed up, and we showed up for Gannon. I want to talk about forgiveness today because as a Christian, I have to forgive, not because I want to, because human flesh does not want to. The judge today, on behalf of Landon and I, we want this court to know that we have forgiven LETECIA for what she did. God is the ultimate judger. But I pray today that you, Judge, will give her what she deserves on this earth, and we'll let God do the rest in eternity. I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I would like to leave this Bible. And at some point in time, if you think it's okay, to give to LETECIA as she serves her life sentence. And we hope that will be the punishment that you render shortly. But this is a life application Bible. For the rest of her natural life, I hope she will read the Word of God. And I hope that she will turn from her evil ways and the things that she did to our family. I have sat here for 6 weeks, and I have listened to the horrendous things that she did to my nephew. I don't want the last memory of him to be what she did to him. Our last memory of Gannon was one of fun, love, joy. So articulate, and despite everything. He was gifted and talented. He wasn't supposed to live. The day he was born, the doctors told us he had really no chance. He weighed 1 pound and a few ounces. I'll never forget the picture that Albert sent when he took his wedding ring and it would fit all the way to his shoulder. For months, I saw Landon and Albert pray over their baby. And one of the happiest days was the day he got to come home. And I was there with them. I got to spend the first night holding him for the first time and looked in his beautiful little eyes, and he fought so hard to get there.
Not
Yes,
one
11
tear out of
years
that
did
woman's
have
eye.
impact. And I want us to remember Gannon is who he was, not what this evil deed did to his memory. He is our hero and will always be our hero. LETECIA tried to steal many things from my niece. She called her a drug addict. She called her homeless when she was in the hospital having her third child. She was there for months and months trying to save her life and her baby. She wasn't homeless. Landon's a good mother. She loved her children. And she loved Gannon. And her only son was taken away by someone who was just ferociously jealous of my niece. With all that being said, I pray that you will give her the sentence that she deserves. But I also pray that God will forgive her if she repents and turns from her evil ways.
All right. Thank you.
That just had me in tears. That's just awful.
Mr. Allen?
Look at her. No care in the frickin' world.
My name is Bob Rogers.
I'm gonna smack the cries in her eyes.
Rogers. My wife Patty and I are grandparents to Lena and Gannon, who we never had the opportunity to meet in person. Over the past couple of years, there's been a lot of tears and challenges with Al, who hopefully helped him walk through this tragedy. The person that comes to mind for me is Lena. Lena is Gannon's younger sister. And we have the opportunity to be grandparents to her. And she's a beautiful child. She sings beautifully. She's talented. What she doesn't have is an older brother to stand beside her as she goes through her life. She still mentions Gannon quite often, her brother. We never want the spirit of Gannon or the memory of Gannon to be lost. So I just am a loss for words. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I am Deborah Pierce, P-E-A-R-C-E. Sorry. Gannon's grandmother. And I just wanted to thank you, first of all, Your Honor, for this court and everything that's been done, for everyone who has so carefully and impartially cared for this case.
I don't know Chadwell.
Loss of this precious child. And I feel that if Gannon were here today, he would say, please, please protect my family and be concerned for the loss that they've had. This has gone from my children to my grandchildren, little children who lost a cousin who never understood why something like this could happen. If he were here today, he would say, please take care of my family. Make sure that they're protected as time goes on and as this life goes on. And obviously to help us to go forward in this life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Landon Bullard, also referred to as Hyatt in this case, but Bullard's B-U-L-L-A-R-D. I miss you, Gannon, and I love you to the moon and back again. I know every day you're with me and your sisters, but that will never be taken away. The ache that I have for you, to hold you, to hug you, to tell you how much I love you, and to see your smile and your innocence. I remember all the pain your dad and I suffered with having children. It was never easy, and we were always fearful through the process. On September the 29th, 2008, our lives were forever changed. Our first biggest blessing came into the world, weighing only 1 pound and 6 ounces. You fought all the odds and developed a personality and a smile that's larger than life. You became my hero that day. You forever changed my heart and my life, and that will never change. That is something that can never be taken away from me. You came into this world fighting. And unfortunately, you left this world fighting. Your Honor, she fought against someone that he loved and trusted. Someone that myself and Albert both trusted and loved. Someone who can never understand what it means to love or trust anyone but herself. For more than 3 agonizing years, I've often wondered what I may say, or if I would even be able to. For 3 years, I have questioned every single possibility and scenario. For 3 years, I have tried to forgive you, but I can't. I want to. But no parent should have to bury their child. No parent should have to see or hear the horrific things you have done to the whole family. She has taken away the most precious gift in this world. Not just my family, not Al's family, but your own family. She destroyed dozens of lives of people who never wanted to believe that she could have done this. She knew how special Gannon was, and she knew what meant to most to me. I, in my heart, can never understand her hatred and insecurities. When it came to me, I did love her. Mother to mother, I trusted her with my children while trying to survive a complicated life with my 3rd child. And she used every opportunity to write a narrative of my life to try to take pieces of my life. When she already took some of it, that still wasn't enough. She searched. I lost my place.
This is heartbreaking. I got to be honest with you.
She searched so hard for love when all along she had it, but she took it for granted. I didn't hold anger against you then. I still kept my heart open to her. You had so much love from Lena and Gannon, from Harley, her own daughter, that you willingly subjected to the chance of serving time for her crimes. Such an indicator of her inability to love anyone herself. You had support, appreciation for me, even when we couldn't see eye to eye, because I valued her for helping me with our children when I physically couldn't. Even when I was fighting for my kids, as you wrote, a false smear campaign against me and my children, and also Al. For me, I still appreciated that they were loved by you. So I thought. She had everyone fooled. She projected abuse and addiction claims against all of us, not just me, when all along she was the one harming innocent children. Anything to take the light off. Manipulating us, breaking my kids, and murdering my son. I can't say that she ruined my life, because that will be some form of sick victory for her. Because even through this process, it's been a game to her. The people who listened doesn't know her style, or her sly jabs. She's even made at Albert and I. They do not know the significance of certain things she says or does. But we do. Instead of allowing her to take that power of hurting me further, I wanted to tell you this. Let me tell you what Gannon has done. Even to this day, even after you murdered him and she tried to taint any positive image of him, he has caused families and communities to come together. Children and adults have given their life to Christ. He has called unity in times of trial. He is a hero. She even tried to steal that away. A cape, huh? The one image of Gannon that was created for the world. After it went national, TV begging for the return of my son, my hero. How dare her? How truly sick and cruel is she? You stole so much from this world. Gannon's cousins, aunts, uncles, sisters, new siblings, grandparents, and friends are missing a huge portion of their lives without Gannon. Lena is missing her brother. Your Honor, I've never seen a bond between two siblings so close as theirs. She had to take that. Why? I'm afraid we may never know that answer, will we? I show his baby sister Nova pictures and videos of Gannon so she will always remember who he is, because she stole him from us. He is not forgotten and never will be. And it's so sad to sit here today and face her, a person even Gannon loved, one that I know while she was attacking and killing him and fought for his life, he defended himself against her, still loving her. A love she never deserved from him for what she has done. While she is too much of a coward to even come forward with the truth, she owes it to Gannon. But the lack of remorse and the lack of respect to Gannon through this child, her lack of compassion shows me that we were all wrong. She manipulated all of us and never loved Gannon, Lena, or Harley. I've sat here for over a month having to listen to her sick lies, even as she tried to destroy who I was and Albert as a father. I've had to sit and listen and watch every reenactment of images no one wants left in their mind. You wanted to leave us with that, knowing it would torture us. But you underestimated me. I am Landon, Gannon's mom, and that will never change. Through my hurt, anger, and pain, I will never be the monster that she is. I can never be filled with the hate that her heart holds. I pray that we will never have to look at her face again. I will continue to hold on to my faith. Vengeance is not mine, as I surely wish it could be at times, but it's the Lord's. I have to trust in that. Thank you, Judge Warner, for your compassion, your patience through this trial. I want to thank the juror for their attentiveness and time that they took for justice for my boy, to the detectives, officers, legal team for every single second they've poured out into Gannon's case, and to the community for your countless hours. Tisha, that was her biggest mistake. You underestimated this community and this defensive team, Lorson Ranch. They searched for and fought for Gannon within hours, and they never believed your lies from the moment they started. None of these people ever gave up on him. You never looked. All of these people I will forever hold close to my heart. Always Gannon strong. My G-men forever. Justice has been served today. Your Honor, I pray that you just give her the best sentencing, the longest sentencing that you can. This will not bring my son back, but I can sleep soundly for the first time in 3 years, knowing that you can never harm, this defendant can never harm anyone again, knowing Gannon will always be a true hero in a cape. He will always be my son. That will never be taken away.
Amen. Oh my God, that was heartbreaking. If you didn't have tears in your eyes.
Mr. Allen?
Once I was 7 years old, my mama told me, go make yourself some friends or you'll be lonely. Once I was 7 years old. It was a big, big world, but we thought we were bigger. Pushing each other to the limits, we were learning quicker.
Where's my other? Let me go.
Al
I
Stauch,
wanted to see the. Oh, they
Gannon's
don't have
father,
the video.
capital Father, last name Stauch, Stauch.
That's his new
I'm
wife.
gonna start with something from my wife, not to go out of order, but she didn't think she could make it through it. So this is my wife, Melissa, and these are her words. Some may say or think that I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Tisha. In part, that may be accurate, and I would be okay with that, because then Gannon would still be here. I too know the pain of losing a child, and there is no greater pain. We are now lifelong grief partners, as this is a lifelong journey of pain with 2 sons waiting for us in heaven. I have some words from my daughter Elena I will address in the middle of my speech, but they're written in yellow, so I don't know if I should leave it to a child. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever God may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody, but unbowed. Beyond this place of the wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishment the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. The poem I read is named Invictus, translated from the Latin means unconquerable. I quoted this same poem at Gannon's memorial here in Colorado Springs back in August of 2020. Why August of 2020? When his body was ripped to shreds on January 27th? Well, as we heard testimony to, his body was found 1,370 miles away. And then the process to identify his maggot-infested remains withheld him from us until July 2020. As I stated in my testimony on the stand, Gannon was born severely premature and barely filled my 2 hands the first time I held him. At the end of his life, after his body was cremated into a pile of ashes, he was ultimately no bigger than the first time I held him. As brutal as the wait became, I'm thankful to God and the bridge workers for finding him and returning his precious body to Landon and I. I quote the poem Invictus again, not to boast of my strength and perseverance, Your Honor, but to say to the world, I alone can control my actions and reactions. Your Honor, I refuse to allow anger to poison my soul and orient my life to a pursuit of vengeance. I refuse to allow pain to carry me through each day and promote the pursuit of medicinal retribution toward the offender. I refuse also to let my mind be clouded by inconsistency and emotions that deter me from the purpose in this life. Your Honor, the price I pay each and every day for this resolve is to only get pieces and parts of my son. Inconsistently through time. But the pain is too heavy and the anger too overwhelming and the desire for vengeance too vexing. Instead, each and every day I pursue peace. I seek joy in my life and let the love I have for my wife and family flow in and out of me like a mighty wave. As I told Tisha regularly at the end of our relationship, my joy is mine alone, and she cannot rob me of that. I will learn to experience G more and more as time goes on, but as I did my best to instill into his precious soul, love, joy, service, and kindness are the pathway to take in life. This picture shows that in the 4th grade, he already had a mind for service. Throughout these past 3 years since Gannon was beaten and drugged, carved up, shot at point blank range, and discarded like yesterday's garbage, I've encountered many people that would figuratively do the same to me. I've been questioned, compared as Tisha did to my abusive father, and ridiculed for my approach to finding Gannon. I hope now that the world has seen that I was assigned the most arduous task of finding Gannon in the only place that was possible for him to have been in the mind of a killer. Were my efforts fruitful? I believe so. But from the moment I did not see the Volkswagen Tiguan, or however you say it, at French Elementary on that Tuesday evening, a clear direction for finding Gannon pointed directly and precisely at Tisha. While others online, some who are even in the courtroom today, questioned my perceived lack of effort or concern, I stood still and stood firm in knowing that only one person had the information needed to find Gannon. Now I say, woe to the person who questions a father's resolve when the safety and well-being of his children are at stake. I did not waver. I did not falter in the pursuit, nor did I allow the mentality of the mob to shake me. But it was only by the grace of God that Gannon's precious body was finally found. In Mark 4:39 of the Bible, in the middle of the storm, Christ arose and rebuked the wind and said, "Peace, be still." In times of trial in my life, from seeing my father being taken away in handcuffs, seeing that sweet 1 pound, 6 ounce baby boy for my firstborn son being put into a Ziploc bag after he was born to help regulate his body temperature, and now searching for and never finding my son again, I have but one choice, and that is the times of trial and tribulation, to have that peace and be still. As I alluded to previously, that stillness does provide an easy target for many who do not understand peace, hope, and even faith. Some, including Tisha, feasted on my stillness, attacked, and yes, left several scars. One of these scars comes in the form of the financial and residential ruin that began in the early days of this ordeal. I'm just going to skip this part because I don't want to make this any more about me. I'm not seeking any restitution, Your Honor. For the $1.50 a month I received from the defendant, Tisha, would just keep me connected to her for the rest of my life, and I don't want that. So absolutely no restitution, Your Honor. The murderer of which I speak was not always such. When I met Tisha, she was beautiful, extremely intelligent, as many have testified to, and a seemingly successful woman. A far cry from the nappy-headed, murderous, narcissistic, and arrogantly flippant human being that sits in our midst today. Having a background in teaching, social work, higher education, certified babysitting, and endless amount of credentials, that should render one trustworthy when it relates to the safety of children. However, although she remains too much a coward to state the facts of what she did to Gannon, too much a lily-livered, self-centered, pathological liar to ask for forgiveness, and too much the facade of one who actually cares for others to have taken her frustration out on an adult or one who could defend themselves, she will one day give an account through her words or through her time. Sending pictures of Gannon sleeping to Landon and I was telling, as the boy looked pale and absent of the energies that so defined him. This is what a happy, healthy little boy looks like when he's sleeping. The next picture. That's what a little boy sleeping looks like. These pictures on the screen are of a happy, healthy little boy that's sleeping sweetly, healthily where he lay. The impact Tisha had as a result of this heinous crime stretches far wider and far deeper than I could depict through my statement today. 2 other people torn to pieces as a result of this are Gannon's sister, Lena, and Harley. Speaking of Harley, I feel as though I've lost 2 children as a result of this tragedy, one of which I will never see on this earth again, and the other which I do not know if a relationship can be salvaged with. Now for Lena. The video you saw as submitted in evidence, her bebopping down the street, is actually an excellent depiction of Lena and her happiness and her joy in life. She is very loving, trusting, and at times way too social. Normally, you might be concerned by your little girl talking to the utility guy working in the front yard, but in this case, it was the inside of her own home that was of grave concern. Nonetheless, her loss, Lena's loss, is like none I can even imagine. She lost her big brother, her only brother at the time. I still do not know if she has fully understands the gravity of the situation, but regardless has pressed forward and is thriving as best as she can. I am so proud of her. And these are her words. Once again, they're in yellow, so I'll do the best I can. And this is what I asked her if she wanted to say anything to Tisha, and this is what she said in her sweetest mind that she has. That you do not do that to people, especially your stepkids. And that it is never all right to do these things. How sweeter of a response can you get? Now for my precious, premature firstborn son. Get it? I never in my wildest dreams would have ever thought you'd be in danger, buddy, or I know I wouldn't have not left you at home with what turned out to be your murderer and the last person to ever see you on this earth. I'm so sorry.
That's just heartbreaking. I don't care who you are.
Through a father's eyes, children are truly a gift from God and among the best and most perfect creations God can make. Your Honor, I do need to clear one thing up with the defense. It was said both in the opening statement and in the closing, somehow Gannon has been compared to a demon. And I understand the process, I do. But if they want to take the case up of Gannon being a demon, I will line people up from Alaska to Denver to Colorado Springs, all the way to South Carolina to testify against them. Gannon was nobody's demon. I don't care how much anyone was abused or anything, he was not anyone's demon. Oh, okay. Gannon was truly my buddy. Very recently, before he died, the most alarming thing he did was call me dad. Up until age 10 or 11, I was daddy. But in the last months of his life, I was just dad. A signal that he was coming into those junior high, pre-teenage years. Another amazing thing that is he finally started asking me regularly to play ball with him. He was never too much into sports for most of his life, but that last 6 to 9 months, he really started enjoying playing ball. Some of the most memorable times were him running little 5-yard football routes in the street in front of our house. Most of the time he dropped the ball, but he kept asking, let's do it again. I almost had it that time, Daddy. Oh, and that Nintendo Switch. One of the most difficult pieces of evidence to give up was his Nintendo, because that probably has the most of him on it. Knowing I may never see that again is truly devastating. For him, many of his games were not just games, but a challenge to overcome, as I made him beat specific games before I would buy him the next one. I remember not long before he died, him beating the old school Zelda game he had. As he felt he was getting close to beating the final monster, he paused it, ran upstairs, and we sat at the kitchen island, and he beat it right there together with me. He was as excited as I ever saw him. With all of that and all of the pain of only being able to see him play through the one YouTube video he was able to make, which I'm about to play, I can sleep in peace at night because the father I am and the son he is was culminated as always in our final embrace as he ran out of arms and downstairs to watch Pokemon, I in his heart and he in mine. If we could try to play that video, just maybe the first 10 or 15 seconds of it.
Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Maniac.
See if the video's
Zoom in. And yes, cameraman is right here. Grandpa Star White Gaming.
They're not showing.
And yes, sign up for our channel.
Sorry, guys.
We're going to be doing a lot of these together. Give a shout out to him, his channel, Freedom.
Thank you. I was one of the many he hoped to make and the only one he was actually able to make. I do want to add something that I don't have in my speech that me and Landon already had a conversation about this, and I owe her an apology as well as she already gave me one, that we allowed Tisha to manipulate us into some of the pain and disagreements that we had between one another. And Landon, I'm sorry. But I will say this, Tisha was not the glue to keep everything together. She was not the answer. And this is not a jab, Landon, okay? But Lena still lives with me. Tisha, you were not the answer. Now, Your Honor, if I have any influence on the final sentence for Tisha, first I ask to be stripped of my last name immediately. It's nauseating and infuriating to hear her called Miss Stauch this past 3 years. Secondly, I asked that for every mile she drove Gannon across the country, she spent 1 day in solitary confinement. I think that took us in between 3 and 4 years. After that journey is complete, I recommend her sentence be equal to every year she stripped off of Gannon's life, which for the average male in America right now is 77. So that would give her 66 more years, in addition to the 11 he lived. Lastly, for every year of Harley's life that she abusively manipulated that child, she should have an additional year of prison. Adds 21 years to the total.
Look at that face. She just.
I think without parole, that should suffice.
I want to smack that woman's face.
I pray also that Tisha lives the fullest and happiest life that any inmate possibly can live. I also pray that every night before she falls asleep, her last breath before she drifts off sounds just like the breath that she describes Gannon breathing as life left his body. And that all through her sleep, she dreams of all the fun they had at Disney and other places we went throughout our time together. And that every morning as she is about to wake, the end of her dream, the last words Gannon spoke or screamed or cried, "Tisha, stop! You're hurting me. Why, Tisha? Daddy, help me.
Nothing from her.
I want my mommy.
Nothing from her.
Why couldn't you let her
Look
just
at
be
that
a mama's
freaking
boy?
face.
That's all he wanted to be. He just loved his mama. I wish she would tell me what those words were so I would know. And then as she speaks those words, the sound of a gunshot goes off and she wakes. Every day and night, I pray she relives just those moments and then wakes up to a nice, warm, and kosher breakfast. In conclusion, I would like to share a picture of Gannon in his final state and find a resting place, and thank everyone that has had a positive impact on my family and I. To everyone that has shared the positive impact Gannon has had on your life, from a proud and broken father, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I'd like to pause until we can get that last photo up.
Those facial expressions she is giving while they are crying their hearts out up there is sick. She was smirking. Absolutely. When he said something about how she manipulated her daughter, she rolled her freaking eyes. Even the state attorney is it's got to be hard for them too. They have to see the stuff even the jury doesn't get to see.
Not getting a feed from your laptop. It's fine. Oh, there it is.
Thank you, everyone.
Sean, Jennifer, and May, thank you for your contributions today throughout the day. I appreciate it. God bless each and every one of you. We're having some technical issues for the last photo that Al wants the judge and the people to see. I have to be honest with you. This is Landon as well as Al. It was heart piercing. Seeing Landon up there crying. It's just sad.
Alan?
I think that concludes the comments from family and friends, Judge. So not sure if you're ready to hear sentencing comments from me or if you want to do a different process.
Let me hear the sentencing comments from you. The last person that I always hear from in a sentencing is the defendant. So
Okay. Can I have just a moment, please?
you may go ahead.
Yeah, just in the abundance of caution, I would ask the court to keep restitution open for a period of time. Obviously, Mr. Stauch is not asking for any restitution, but there may be some that we want to submit, and so I would ask the court to keep that open.
Well, based on the new case regarding timelines, I'm going to give you 49 days to submit an order.
Thank you.
If there is an objection, you'll need to file the objection within 14 days after that. And that'll get us all right. So 49 days, 14 if there's an objection, and if there is, we'll have a hearing.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Judge, I'm not going to make a long drawn out statement. I think the comments from the family and friends of the Stauch family said it better than I ever could about the impact that Gannon had on their lives. The loss of Gannon from his family and to this community will never be made right through this process. We all know that. The defendant, through her own actions, tore Gannon's family apart, tore this community apart. And at the same time, I've never seen a community come together the way this community did in the face of such tragedy over an 11-year-old boy who most of us never knew.
Amen to that.
The defendant manipulated this community, Gannon's family,
Look at her face. What a frickin'.
the investigation.
Mm.
I've been a prosecutor for a long time, Judge. You've seen a lot of cases. I've never seen the kind of horror that this defendant brought down on a community and a family. The torture that Gannon had to suffer in the last moments of his life are unspeakable. No matter what sentence you give us, Judge, and I know what that sentence is going to be for the most part, no matter what the sentence is, we'll never bring Gannon back. But it will go a long ways towards healing this community. I hope healing Landon. I hope healing Al. They're going to live the rest of their lives second guessing every decision they made as it relates to leaving their children in the care of this defendant. Through no fault of their own.
God bless you, Jennifer.
Judge, on count 1 and count 2 merges into count 1. The only sentence available is life in prison without parole. As to count 4, tampering with a deceased human body, driving Gannon's body over 1,300 miles away, hiding it from view, hoping it would never be found. I ask for the maximum sentence of 12 years, Judge, and that it be running consecutive to the life in prison without parole. Tampering with physical evidence is an F6. It's 1 to 1.5 years. I ask that you give max on that as well and run that consecutive. Judge, we do have that other pending case, 20 CR 3170, hanging out there. In the grand scheme of things, well, I'd love to prosecute this defendant for that charge as well. In the interest of justice, I would like to see this defendant in Department of Corrections custody as soon as possible. And so we are dismissing that count or that charge. Thank you, Judge.
All right, at this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to present statements in mitigation. Mr. Tellini.
We stand with sentences as a matter of law. This out on the council.
Can't even hear him.
I don't have pre-sentence confinement for staff. So that she ordered that she be allowed to proceed in.
We had no audio for that attorney.
Get me an order. Okay. And Ms. Stauch, I heard what your attorney had to say, but I need to hear it from you. You have a right to address the court at this point in time regarding any matter that you want me to consider for sentencing. Do you have anything that you wish for me to consider, ma'am? All right.
Coward. Nothing.
Actually, there is.
No tears.
Go ahead.
This or request to admit, reflect a request for her to be placed in San Carlos.
I don't have the ability to do that. DOC determines where its inmates go, and I'm not going to make a recommendation one way or the other. And I'm going to apologize before I do this. I've heard a lot. I want to take about 10 minutes to put my thoughts in order. I'll come back with my sentencing at 3:25.
All rise.
And she's laughing. Oh, I'm putting this back on. She can enjoy herself. And you can see her, she's in cuffs. I watched that woman smirk, roll her eyes. She didn't think that it was worth her coming to a few hearings, according to Landon. She's just... This judge, I guarantee, is going to give her the toughest sentence he is lawfully allowed to give her. But it looks like it's going to be life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 12 years, plus a year and a half. So 13 and a half years, 14 years, something like that. So life plus 14. And maybe with the extenuating circumstances, there might be something else, but I don't know. But that sounds like what it's going to be. She's not going to be getting out. Now, as far as, you know, Al's request for her to be in solitary confinement for every mile she drove Gannon, you know, throughout the United States. I don't know if that's within his ability to do, the judge's ability to do, but we will find out if it is. You could hear that the defense was trying to kind of coordinate where she went, that she wanted a specific particular jail. Yeah, he doesn't have authority over there, and he said, nor am I going to give a recommendation. So he's not even going to try to help her get into the place that she wants. You know, the judge is not going to deal with LETECIA. And I can tell you, this judge, you know, he's a family man, and he's hearing this case. He's had to literally talk to her several times about her behavior in his courtroom. He's not going to be easy on her at all. It's just not going to happen. If that's what she was expecting from this judge is a very nice and fair judge, but I just don't see him doing that. I really don't. People that kill, yeah, exactly. But you know what? Attorneys always try, right? They have the requests of their clients. They set expectations and say, we can ask, but there's no guarantee that he'll be willing to do that. And he probably further states, you're not going to get, we'll ask, but, you know, prepare it not, you know, it not going through. So, oh, my hair, I just need to do something with it. I think it's a little too short for my liking. I didn't want it to be this short, but she cut. So, but we had such great hair growth last month that I think this should be grown out nice and good next 2 or 3 months. So we'll be good. I couldn't agree more. Jules, what did Jules say? Jules said, no, she should be in general pop and let the other inmates handle her. Yeah. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, I don't believe in violence. And, you know, even though she's in jail, you know, jail, that is her punishment. And she is going to have problems. The bottom line is there's a lot of women that are in jail for whatever reason. that want to see their children, want to hold their children, and won't be able to. And this woman is killing kids. When you hurt children, it doesn't matter whether you're a girl or a guy. When you go into jail, you get jail justice. You are going to be, for women, killing a kid is, up there, like for men, the SA, child stuff within the men's jails. It's up there, right, like that. And trust me, there are some manly women. There are some manly women in jail. I will tell you. Big Bertha ain't got nothing on Big Mama. They'll be fighting over their Tisha soon enough. Oh, have a good night, ZA. I'm glad you were able to at least get some, be able to stay for the verdict. I'm interested in what this judge is going to say. This judge seems very reserved, but he also sees the pain of this family. And part of his job is to hand down a fair sentence. And there is no fair sentence in this case. Even if there was the death penalty in Colorado, there is no fair sentence in this case, because where I stand, her life was not near as valuable as Gannon's. And I mean that not in monetary respect at all. I mean that he had a beautiful life ahead of him, and she snuffed that out. And like his great uncle said, was a lot of the same stuff that I had said. This affected more than just Gannon. This affected his graduations, his proms, his first date, his first heartbreak, all of the things that parents, have to go through with their children. They don't get it. And you can tell his mom and dad are tore slap up. And he was right. And we even discussed it. Like, this is a woman that worked with kids that had issues, special needs type of teacher. She had all this credentialing. She was smart, so he had no reason ever in a million years. And not only that, but think about it with LETECIA. With her, for whatever reason, even if he did a background check on her, she would have passed with flying colors. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of those ones that no matter what you did, because everything was perfect. Except her. She was just messed up. Did I tell you thank you, Southern Granny Wolf? Thank you and God bless. Aw, thank you, Van Lady. So it's been a rough ride. Oh, thank you, Graham. It's been rough. There's no doubt about it. It's been a rough trial. It's been a lot. I mean, I got to tell you, Harley, when Harley was on the stand, was the first time I cried in this case. The second and third time I cried was when Gannon's mom spoke to the judge. And the third time was when Gannon's dad spoke to the judge. Seriously. I cried 3 times in this trial. I've never cried in a trial in my life. This was heartbreaking. This was heartbreaking for me. Hey, Guidance. Nice to see you this evening. All right, guys. He should be coming back here. So let me go ahead and get this prepared. He will be coming back. He said he'd be back here. Actually, let me turn my camera off. I'll be right back. I gotta All right, sorry about that, guys. How to use the little girl's room. Being here in this seat all day, and you know, we've been waiting. I was checking Twitter. She has been found guilty. I know. I hear you, Jennifer. I got your text. Haven't checked the mod squad. Okay, I think that's about it. So we're to the end of this trial, guys. It is. We're going to listen to sentencing. We're not going to get it, but as soon as sentencing's done, we're going. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Okay, got his cameras on. I always wonder with his judge if he forgot about his camera. I want you guys. I'm putting it on her. We don't need it. We know what the judge looks like. I'm putting it on her. I want to see her face.
A parent's worst nightmare is getting a phone call letting them know that something has happened to their child. How much worse must that nightmare be when law enforcement asks not for a picture of your loved one, but rather DNA and dental records? I've also heard it said that one of the worst tragedies a parent can experience is to outlive a child. I have known people, both professionally and personally, who have gone through that. It never leaves them, but the sharpness of the pain does diminish to some extent over time. I cannot fathom the pain Mr. Stauch and Ms. Bullard have experienced as a result of the defendant's actions. A sentence in a criminal case such as this will not change the fact that their son's life was taken from them, and no sentence I impose and nothing I say will ever change that fact. Ms. Stauch, you betrayed the person you loved enough to marry. You told your husband lies and took away someone he loved. You took away every day that Mr. Stauch or Ms. Bullard could have had with their son. When you take a life, regardless of how you do that, you forever alter the future. Neither Mr. Stauch nor Ms. Bullard will ever see their son graduate from high school, go through the joy and the pain of that first love, or get married. They will never know what kind of impact their son may have had on the world if only he had lived to become an adult. And had Gannon's body not been found, they never would have known what happened to Gannon. They would always have had a lingering doubt about what happened to Gannon. And I cannot imagine the pain and sense of loss associated with that. You betrayed your daughter, Harley Hunt. I cannot imagine the emotional impact that you have had on her due to your selfish and calculated actions. This is a young woman that trusted you to put her interests above yours. This is a young woman who believed in you and believed you were innocent of this crime right up until the time that you pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And she still loves you. That's natural for a child, and it doesn't matter how much older they get. You were supposed to protect her. I cannot imagine the guilt she feels or the therapy that she will need to address your betrayal. There is no evidence that she had anything to do with the murder or your cover-up of it. But some people still think that she is somehow involved. She wasn't. The incredible strength of will and courage that it took for her to come in and testify is amazing to me. But she
Amen.
did it because, as she said, it was the right thing to do. And while thankfully she didn't testify, let's not forget about Lena. You betrayed her too. You took her brother from her and forever altered her family dynamics. She will always wonder who she can trust and will always feel that loss. She was there the day you killed Gannon. His body was still in the house when she got back from school.
That's some sick stuff.
At some point, you even claimed this 8-year-old girl helped you move her brother's body from the basement to the back of your car. That's just simply not true. As she gets older, Lena is going to want to know more, and she's going to want to know if there was something that she could have done to prevent this. I hope she comes to realize that she has no fault in all of this. You betrayed your stepson, and you took his life. You took away everything he was and everything he could ever become. I can't imagine the terror and confusion that he must have felt in the last moments of his life when he knew his life was being taken by someone he trusted to protect it. Your attempt to raise the claim that you did this because of your adverse childhood is also a betrayal of people that have mental health issues. It is no secret that there is a large part of our population that has mental health issues. It's also no secret that our country and our health system could do a much better job addressing mental health issues than it does. However, the number of people with mental health issues who become violent is small, and the number who become murderers is smaller still. Your claim that a mental health issue caused the murder in this case is a disservice to all those who struggle with mental health issues every day. This isn't the first case I have presided over in which sanity or a mental condition of the defendant has been raised as a defense. I have had cases where the defendant's mental condition caused the defendant to act out in a certain fashion. But even in those cases, I have never seen conduct like this. I understand the claim of dissociative identity disorder. I have seen something resembling that, and I have seen defendants with schizophrenic disorders. I can understand those. What I have seen is that the mental condition causes the person to act a certain way, and when they realize what they did, they are astonished by what happened, or they have no memory of what happened. Your claim is that it was another personality that murdered Gannon, but there is no time during the minutes, hours, and days following the murder where LETECIA came out and wondered, gee, why am I carrying a body around in my luggage? That just isn't credible. You knew what you were doing. You made a number of clear and conscious decisions to cover or disguise what you had done. Claiming a lack of motive is a common defense tactic, and it can be a sound strategy. The truth is, however, that it only takes a moment to make a bad decision that results in disastrous consequences. And oftentimes, we never know why a defendant chose a particular course of action. However, that does not mean that they did not intend to undertake a course of action. Sometimes, as in this case, the likely explanation is anger. An 11-year-old boy with burns who feels that he's not being taken care of. An 11-year-old boy on the verge of being a teenager. Those of us who have lived through people or kids with that were teenagers, we know how that is. It is not hard to imagine Gannon saying something, "You're not my mom.
Told ya.
I want my mom. I want my dad." and that would be enough to make you really angry. But anger is not an excuse. A defendant is responsible for the choices they made and the actions they undertook, even though those choices arose out of or were motivated by anger. It's clear that you hated and were jealous of Landon Bullard. You saw yourself as a better mother than she was. It's clear from the evidence that you had some resentment from being left with Mr. Stauch's children. It's clear you had some resentment toward Mr. Stauch because he traveled as part of his job. Some of that manifested as early as Al's assignment in Alaska when you made allegations against the people in his unit. That caused Al to have to return from Alaska. And in one of the phone calls that were played for the jury, you talked about having to take care of his kids while he was away and what a good mother you were. It's clear you felt trapped. You wanted out. You were searching for a new job and a new location in Florida. Mr. Stauch had been gone on his new assignment for less than 2 days when the fire in the basement occurred. I can imagine that you saw your whole future consisting of taking care of Mr. Stauch's children while he was off doing his thing, and that's not the future that you wanted. I can imagine Gannon at some point after he sustained his burns telling you wanted his real mom and how that comment would have made you angry. You took your frustration and anger for the marriage, the child care, the absence of Al, and even living in Colorado. You took all of that out on Gannon. The evidence suggests you first stabbed Gannon repeatedly, 18 times. Based on the number of defensive wounds, he was clearly conscious for some of that. He was certainly gravely wounded. And chillingly, it would also explain how you were able to mimic the sound of Gannon breathing in one of your sessions with Dr. Lewis. Those were probably close to his last breaths. He was dying but not dead. The evidence could also lead one to conclude that he either fell or rolled off the bed where you shot him in the head and then beat him with the butt of a gun or a baseball bat. That would explain the blood found at different levels on the walls in Gannon's bedroom. I'm also reminded of the look you had on your face when you slipped your handcuffs while being transported back to Colorado and attacked Deputy James. I shudder to think that that was probably the last thing that Gannon saw before he died. You have shown no remorse.
None.
Throughout this process. Instead, you've made a to build a web of lies. When you gave an interview to Detective Jessica Bethel on January 29 of 2020, you told her, you lied to her about Gannon running away and that he was actually taken by a guy named Eduardo. When you explained that to Detective Bethel, you said you needed to lie because you didn't want to face the consequences. You told her that you were trying to come up with a plan about what you should do. And finally, you told her you really thought you could fix this. I think that's true. You lied because you didn't want to face the consequences. You needed to come up with a plan to fix this, and that plan involved covering up what you had done. It involved lie upon lie. But you slipped up at various points and let kernels of truth escape. In one conversation with Mr. Stauch, you told him the FBI needed to close the borders of Colorado and needed to close I-95. I-95 doesn't go through Colorado. It's an interstate that runs along the entire eastern seaboard. It's also not far from where you dumped Gannon's body. When questioned by Detective Bethel, you told her that Mr. Stauch might also make up some kind of story about you coming at him with a knife. You said you would never use a knife like that. Yet Gannon was stabbed 18 times. Your actions in this case also show a very conscious attempt to avoid responsibility in this case. You started out with the story that Gannon had run away. You gave some hints that it might be related to bath salts or drug use by Gannon. You stayed with that story until you were called into EPSO for an interview. You knew they weren't going to buy the story that Gannon ran away. Then you came up with the abduction. And you stayed with some iteration of that for a long time. But all of those versions had one thing in common. You were always the victim. In one, you're beaten and raped and Gannon was abducted. In one, someone stole Gannon out of a truck in the parking lot. In another, you let someone drive Gannon to a hospital to take care of a head injury that he had after falling off a bike. In all of them, you could claim it wasn't your fault. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Then you got arrested. You stuck to the story that it was someone else that took Gannon. During the hours that you spoke with Special Agent Grusing, he told you he thought sometimes good people do bad things and sometimes it's an accident. Then they found Gannon's body. Then you saw the mountain of evidence against you. And this is a mountain the size of Everest. What was your position after that? Well, it was an accident. And you, LETECIA, didn't even do it. It was Maria Sanchez. You carefully crafted your new story to continue to avoid responsibility. It also allowed you to take advantage of the out that Mr. Grusing and Mr. STAUCH suggested much, much earlier when they asked you if this was an accident. Now it was an accident. Your Maria Sanchez personality shot Gannon by mistake because she thought he was an intruder in a cape. Multiple personalities is not credible in this setting, as regardless of how many personalities you have, you only have one body. I have presided over cases where a mental disease or defect prevented a defendant from remembering the course of events, including the commission of the crime. Without exception, those defendants have been terrified when contacted by law enforcement because there was a period of time in their lives that they could not account for. Their body may have sustained an injury, and they don't know how it happened. They may have some new object in their house or on their person, and they have no idea where they got it from. We all have free will, and we all make choices based on that free will. The people who suffer from the mental disorder you claim are terrified because their free will has been taken from them, and they are being subjected to things and experiences they don't understand and don't have any recollection of. You didn't behave anything like that. One of the purposes is to impose an appropriate sentence for the criminal conduct that occurred. Another purpose is to punish an offender by imposing a sentence that takes into account the seriousness of the offense. Yet another purpose of sentencing is to prevent crime and promote respect for the law by providing an effective deterrent to others likely to commit a similar offense. Anyone who's been in my courtroom before knows that I've said sentencings are the most difficult thing that I do. That's especially true in cases where someone has lost his or her life. Nothing I or the law can do will ever bring that person back. I have handled hundreds, if not thousands, of criminal cases over the years. I think at this point in my career, I've presided over something like 200 jury trials. I've sentenced hundreds more defendants pursuant to plea agreements. This is not the first murder case that has come before me. This is not the first case I have presided over which involves harm to a child. This is not the first case I have had where a person who was in an unhappy marriage committed a crime. Sadly, statistically, there is a high correlation between violent acts, including murders, and family members. I have had a number of cases which have demonstrated one person's capacity for cruelty toward another human being. I can, however, say without hesitation that the facts in this case are the most horrific I have ever seen. Your conduct in this case deserves the maximum punishment that I can impose under Colorado law. As such, with respect to the charge of first-degree murder after deliberation, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. With respect to the charge of murder in the first degree of a child under 12 by a person in a position of trust, I remand you to the custody of the Colorado Department of Corrections for the remainder of your life with no possibility of parole. Those two sentences will merge. If you have questions about that, you can ask your attorneys. With respect to the charge of tampering with a deceased human body, I'm also going to sentence you to 12 years, followed by a 3-year period of parole. That sentence is to be consecutive to the life sentences that I've already imposed. With respect to tampering with physical evidence, I'm going to impose an 18-month sentence. That sentence is also consecutive to the sentences for the murder charges that I have imposed. I also understand, with the consent of the prosecution, and I'm assuming no objection from the defense, that I will dismiss all the charges in 20 CR 3170, close that out subject to restitution, give the people 49 days for restitution, 14 days for response, and if there's an issue, we will set it within the 90 days, from. I think that resolves all outstanding matters. Is there anything else that the prosecution wishes for me to address?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense? Court will be in recess.
Justice was served today. As heartbreaking as that was to go through, watch, witness, I can tell you personally, for me, that was very heartbreaking to watch, just to know what the parents are going through. Guys, I want to tell you, thank each and every one of you for sticking with me throughout this trial. I know it's not something that we typically do on this channel, but we have been for some of the cases that we've followed. We are doing the trials here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. I hope you guys continue to stay with me as we watch trials and do verdict watches. Many of you know that tomorrow, I'm not sure how we're going to be doing the lives for our coffee club. And Wednesday, I am going to be out of pocket most of the day. I will be en route to my destination. And once I get there, I will probably go live. I'm not sure if I'll let you guys know at that time where I'm quite at. But I will be going live, in the near future once I get there. So I've got to be at my county meeting. I was called into my county meeting for tomorrow, so I have to be there. And so I'm just not sure if I get up in time and I sleep well tonight, then I will be doing the live probably from 6 to 8. So it gives me an hour to get to the meeting. If not, you won't see me until I get back around lunchtime or so. That's when I will be back here. What else? I think that's it. And then I should be back in Florida sometime next week. So that's it. And so like the stuff that I'm doing out of state, I'm actually going for a personal event, but I just decided since I'm going to an area where there's a case at, I might as well cover the case as well. So I'm going to be covering a case I'm probably going to do a couple more that aren't well known, but we'll see. We'll see. But anyways, guys, I just want to tell you, have a good night. I love you. God bless. This was a great day for Gannon. Keep Gannon's family and friends in your prayers as they struggle with this, but this is a step in the right direction. At least they have closure, and at least they know this monster will never, ever be free to hurt another child again, or anyone else for that matter. God bless you, and until next time, be safe, and kind to one another. Have a great day, guys.